All right. Guten Morgen, mein Freund. How do you say that? I butchered that pronunciation. Hey, my German. Good morning, Guten Morgen, mein Freund.
Guten Morgen, meine Freunde.
Freunde. Guten Morgen, meine Freunde. Freunde. Yeah. That's what I mean to say. Guten Morgen, meine Freude. Alright. Long day at work yesterday, but we are back in commission. Got a big old Red Bull pouring into the glass right now. And keep us going. Please sponsor me, Red Bull. Sponsor me for all of my 2 or 3 viewers. I'm gonna hop in the session room. Things go in.
They try to reach out, but there's no one there to take your hand and tell you it's okay. You're not alone and that things will get better. You and me, we're kind of similar in some ways, you know?
Sir, this is a McDonald's drive-thru.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'll just have 20 nuggets and a large fries.
Ooh. Riding off a bit of a second wind right now. Not tired now, but I feel it's like around the corner. Just barely around the corner. Alright, my allergies are acting up. You're gonna have to put up with me. I ain't gonna pick my nose, but I'm kinda gonna rub it because it's itchy. Mega itch.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Sorry about being late.
No. It's
Yeah, no. I was here. I was just trying to get my computer to connect. Don't you hate that when you're like, oh, I'm on time, and as long as the computer.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
it's fine.
Had to mute,
Ben.
so I had to mute so my daughter's linkables didn't just shout at us.
What is it, Leo?
No, I was just wondering if you're okay to DM after like a 24-hour shift.
I'm fine. I'm riding on a second win. I have a 20-ounce Red Bull energy drink. I'll be good.
20 ounces, and you live dangerously.
Yes.
When my
Wow.
father was young and worked nights, he used to drink a 2-liter bottle of Mountain Dew and then go to sleep.
Yeah. Mountain Dew doesn't do it for me, but energy drinks work just fine.
I only drink energy drinks around college, and then like I don't know, I just got onto coffee,
Yeah.
and I drink it, especially during the winter when it's cold out. I drink a concerning amount, but
Coffee isn't as needed. It works pretty well for me as well. But I try to, I don't like having a habit. Anything.
that's fair.
The coffee is definitely one of the most innocuous habits to have. Alright, so I've been trying to think of any kind of reasonable explanation for Brom to show up.
Yep.
Do you have ideas? Because, I mean...
Well, what? Yeah. Let me ask. What happened last week?
They're basically on the road to the quest, and were attacked when they set up camp one night by the monsters that were involved in the quest. So they haven't even reached.
Okay, that was pretty much a confirmation then.
Yeah, I mean it's. Oh no, this was just a chance encounter. I'm sorry.
It could have been. I was like 20% chance, but okay, never mind.
Oh, good.
We also bought horses.
Oh yeah, everybody did buy horses. I haven't touched your money, but
So
Hello.
we ended up getting 500 gold, so you can add that, Devin.
Oh, cool.
If you already added 375, then just add an additional 5.
What did we get the extra 500 for?
Bonus gold for doing such a good job.
Okay.
Not really.
It was because
so-
we
yeah.
wrote like such a fine report.
yeah.
Is that
Sid,
really what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
Sid,
really what it is.
Sid did a big old report that's gonna go in the official
Aerith helped.
library and whatnot.
There
That's
was some-
Okay, so as for why he would be late, I don't know. I know that's like super helpful.
I know I did this joke last time, but if it's not that, Bram is getting out of Blue's backpack, I just say that, he was with us the entire time and just slept through the encounter.
yeah. We can always just do he was actually here the whole time kind of thing.
It could
I'll-
be like he was here for the beginning of the journey, but stopped off to do some, I don't know, food shopping.
Foraging.
Foraging, yeah.
Yeah, I think
And
that
we
makes
just went
sense.
on.
We camped
Yeah,
later
that was-
so we could get a full long rest. So if he just set out a couple hours after we did, he would catch up to us, assuming he buys a horse.
Mm.
Yeah, I was thinking is like that was my only other thought was like, oh, what if there was like something at the market that he had to buy. There was like some ingredient that he really wanted, and he's like, I'll go on the quest with you guys, but I really want to.
That doesn't really work because we went shopping right before the quest. Like
Well,
we
maybe
all went
it
to
was,
town to do a big shop.
Maybe Braun was involved in some other thing while you guys went shopping, and then wanted to go shopping.
Well,
before
maybe
as you guys were leaving.
maybe
or
they just
something.
didn't have what he needed. They were out of stock, and he needed to come back for it.
I think the simplest idea is just that he was with us the whole time and just didn't wake up. That's we don't need to complicate it further.
Fine with that.
Same.
Won't change anything in the story. It's just yeah. And I even added a sentence in the final sentence of my final journal entry, which reinforces that.
Speaking of being late, I put food in the oven because I thought it would be another 20 minutes.
All good.
So I'm gonna have to like bail
Briefly
for
in a
like
little
2
while.
minutes to pull it out later.
All right.
No
That's fine.
worries.
All right. So I guess just as a brief recap for Devin's sake as well. Yeah, last time you guys did some shopping at Vithindale. If Devin, if there's something you think of that you wanted Braum to have bought, that would have required a trip to a city like Vithindale, you can just let me know. We'll just say that you had done it at the same time that the party did, and you guys had undertaken the Forest Fears quest from what was on the board, and yeah, so if anybody that wanted to refresh their memories about it can pull it up. I'll go ahead and I guess I'll just pop it up for everybody. But yeah, essentially there's been some kind of creatures, monsters. They seem to be wearing wooden armor with skeletal features that have been harassing, attacking, chasing people on this area of the region. And you guys had set out to go figure out what's behind this. You had decided to go talk to Leafbeard, who has a who you have met before and has a hermit's hut in the region. And on the way there, you guys had set up camp by the road after your first day of travel, and were ambushed in the night by these. Oh, hold on. Here. There's creature. Boom. I'll give the description for you, refresh everybody's memories, and again, for Devin's sake. They basically look like humanoid creatures made out of twigs, moss, leaves, bark, mostly out of bark and wood. They have bones that are kind of like woven into their structure. It's not like, they don't look like a skeleton with wooden armor per se, like what was described in the quest briefing, but you can understand how they might be mistaken as that, because you see human skulls, human bones just kind of chaotically worked into their humanoid shape, and also animal bones and stuff like that. So it's not just human remains, it's a lot of animal remains as well. And
Scattered debris of the forest
yeah,
in general.
yeah, in general. I guess Braum would have slept through the fight, and so maybe wouldn't know all these details, but we'll say you would have probably heard of it from the party later. But and then another feature is that roughly where the head area is of their humanoid shape, there's a single glowing red dot that seems to be like an eye, or just like a central point of energy or focus for the creature. And when you killed the creatures, they didn't like their bodies no longer, whatever magic created and had formed their bodies just seemed to stop working, and their bodies literally just like crumbled apart into the pieces that they were made of, just strewn across the floor. And so you guys had plenty of firewood for the rest of the night after that encounter. But we're also surrounded by like skulls and bones and creepy shit. Unless somebody swept it up off to the side somewhere. Yeah, that's pretty much what we'll pick up. Maybe Braum slept through the whole thing and nobody woke him up and you just slept through the night. And it is gonna be dawn of the next day now.
So long rest.
Yeah, everybody got a long rest.
Oh, good.
I think it looks like most of you took that long rest at the end of last session.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I did.
It doesn't matter, you can take another one. It wouldn't really matter. Yeah. You wake up the next day, bright and early, ready to set off. You guys, after the first day, had made it pretty much roughly halfway. The big circle on the map is the region, very vaguely, the region of where attacks and sightings of these creatures have been reported. Hey, somebody critted a nature on these things, didn't they? Or was it
I
the history?
On
the history, yeah. Right. So I'll just reiterate the information you learned from that, which is that these things are called Ents. They are typically created by druids. They are designed to be kind of protectors of a druid's land. They usually manifest as like almost like a will-o-wisp or some kind of just like ball of energy, the like spirit ball of energy of some kind. And whenever needed, that spirit ball of energy will call upon its surroundings to create a physical form to attack or chase off or do whatever. And you also learn that they're usually not extremely aggressive. They were often used by druids as like labor. To just do like tedious menial tasks that are necessary for the land. And that normally the glowing eye is supposed to be a kind of like pale lime green rather than the glowing red that was observed. All right.
Forest robots.
Yeah, forest robots. Druid constructs.
It gives a. Would you say it's their apple hints? Poor joke. Very poor joke.
Oh yeah, the final thing is that you know that destroying their bodies doesn't like destroy them, their essence or the spirit that created the body. The spirit would just kind of be not resurrected, but would become dormant until the next dawn. Or not really dawn, just like 24 hours, a full day's time.
Gotcha.
Will they like manifest in new bodies or?
From what you understand, they would just kind of like re-energize and be able to travel around as wisps again, and yes, would be capable of manifesting bodies if they wanted to again.
Okay, so it's not like they'll come back to take, the bodies at our feet.
I mean, the bodies at your feet are, they
Not
can make bodies out
that-
of basically anything,
Yeah.
like
Okay.
any
Okay,
natural things. So yeah, the bodies are essentially irrelevant. They could form
that's
them
fine.
anywhere, anytime. It's it is a scary fact because it's essentially they can ambush you
Can they take
anywhere.
Can they take control of a skeleton that's still inside someone?
No.
Thank God.
Maybe.
Oh no.
You are living things, technically. You just
Yeah.
take... They can become you. I don't know. Alright.
That's definitely a Sid theory.
I think Eris had spent like the 4 hours that he doesn't need to sleep, kind of checking out the bodies and kind of going over his memory to kind of remember what these things were. So I plan on sharing this with the party in the morning.
Alright.
I think if Devin is cool with Bram having snored for the entirety
Yeah.
of the night.
Yeah, just like a buzzsaw. Just.
Terrifying.
Fate would have
He's gonna
just
die.
in regular intervals just nudge him with a foot, trying to wake him up just enough so that he stops snoring. And then I imagine 15 minutes later he starts snoring again. So that's been going on for a while now.
Yeah, totally. Just like someone who broke their nose when they were younger, just like a buzzsaw, just awful. And yeah, you kick him, he just kind of rolls. Sorry. Immediately back to it. Yeah.
So you probably wake up from a kick.
I'm up. What's up?
Good morning. Sleep well.
Stretch.
Sarcasm.
Cracks back. Wasn't so bad. How about you?
Oh, we were great. We fought for our lives and we were successful.
As soon as you said, "Oh, we were great," Ram just was like, gives you a big thumbs up. Just like, "Oh yeah, that's oh," and then like as you say the rest of the sentence, he's like, "Oh, why didn't you wake me up?"
I mean, have you tried waking yourself up? It's a process.
Have I tried waking myself up?
I assume like it was a boy who cried wolf situation. You were woken up so many times during the night due to your loud snoring. When the attack happened, you had woken up and then you were like, sorry, I'll stop. And then you went back to sleep and started snoring again.
What are you talking about, Sid? I don't snore.
Really?
Of course,
Absolute
you think that
denial.
sounds just like the trees that attacked us. Not snoring, just growls.
Hmm? I mean, you guys were attacked by trees? Let me see.
Spirits possessing trees or something, according to Eris?
No, he's pretty smart. He probably knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
I think Eris will kind of, if Eris is awake by now, he'll kind of regurgitate what Ben said.
Okay. Well,
It was all fine. Faith had her back with the coolest magic I've ever seen.
Yeah, I did.
there you go. I don't know too much about. Ants and the like, but I know that at least from what Eris said, and like from little stories I've heard growing up, those things they're not really that mean. So I don't. Either something's pissing them off, or something's making them, like, calling forth them to be aggressive. So it's. I don't know.
Leafbeard did say that the hunters were disturbing nature.
You think Leafbeard might have decided to take things into his own hands
If not, I don't think Leafbeard is responsible for this. But if it was enough
and
to
start
piss,
summoning less
like-
than savory
he's a recluse, right? People haven't heard from him in ages. So
Helpers?
if the nature stuff was enough to piss Leafbeard off, to make him go and file a complaint into town when he hasn't been heard from for so long, then I'm sure someone else is pissed off about it too. Someone more inclined to do badder things.
So there's just another casual druid in this area.
Sure.
Don't
Or a
think it-
spirit of some kind.
if he was creating murderous tree creatures to piss people off, he wouldn't bother filing complaints, would he?
Yeah, again, I don't think it was Leafbeard.
Yeah,
I
me
just think
neither.
it's someone like him.
Could be the remainders of Ariband's constructs.
Aduban?
Yes, the Aduband's Tower, northeast, 5 miles of which is Leafbeard's home. That tower belongs to a famous, let's call it famous druid. Our character, I was just wondering where we're going, and Ben, you had mentioned that we know like a little bit of things around the area, so
Yeah, for sure. All those
assuming I know what Ariband's Tower is. Yeah.
Yeah. I read that out of character as well, but Faith wouldn't.
All that,
definitely wouldn't know about it.
all that regional information is stuff that would have been available to you through the guild. So if you think your character would have gone over that stuff, which I can definitely envision Ares going ridiculously over all the information, so that's perfectly reasonable.
It probably did too, but didn't maintain most of it.
Hmm.
That's
Didn't
awesome.
write it down?
No,
Okay.
don't remember it.
Hmm.
I love this. It's fine. I remember it, and then immediately forgets it.
Yeah.
How do you do waypoints again, Ben?
You hold
Like, I'm
control
sure-
as you're dragging, and then left click.
I am.
And you need
Uh,
to first.
If you're
First
not moving
control.
a token as you do it, then it's not going to do anything. You'll have to have a ruler tool
Wait,
selected.
Tony just did it.
Yeah, you need to press Control first and then start
Yeah.
dragging. If you start dragging first and then press Control, it doesn't work.
You can't just drag it if you don't have control pressed. Like, I'm pressing control.
Hey
You're-
guys,
Too
how-
many.
this is out of character. How much gold did Bram get? And then how much are horses?
Oh, right, horses. We
Go
owe
for 500.
500 each, yeah. And then we set another 500 aside as a party fund.
Okay.
But
Okay,
we all bought the
so-
horses from our personal gold.
Yeah, so a riding horse is 75 gold. And you have to get a... Well, you don't have to get a riding saddle, but if you do want a riding saddle, that's another 10 gold. Saddlebags are 4 gold. And just worth noting that if you're going to have a horse, your daily upkeep for like travel is going to go up by an extra gold piece per day. It'll be basically 2 gold per day of travel. Which, speaking of which, go ahead and pay up 2 gold for the first day of travel. And there'll probably be another 2 gold at the end of this day. But we won't
I
do that
think
yet.
this is what the party fund is for, so all of us don't have to do like do. So I'll just go into party funds and reduce 12 gold.
Oh, that's perfect.
That'll work.
Does that
I-
make sense?
Yeah.
Like, I just
Okay.
want everyone to be on board because that's how I'm using the party fund.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll start, instead of going individually like that, I'll just say, I'll just give the party cost.
Awesome.
And I'll assume that, Leo, you'll be managing that.
Just a quick question. My fancy saddle that I bought for 60 gold, does that include saddlebags as well?
No.
Okay, then I would have gotten saddlebags as well.
Yeah. So
Subtract another 4 gold.
so total it's 75 for the horse, 10 for the saddle in the bag. I'm sorry that you guys had to go over this a second time.
I'll get
with me.
So horse plus saddlebags comes out to a total of 89 gold pieces.
89. Okay. So I had the 80. I just need to take off 4 more.
9 more.
4 more. Yeah, 80. Yeah, you're right. 9 more. So we're good. I'm good now. Because there's no way that Brim would not buy a horse.
Yeah.
Okay. Their name
So
is Harry Trap.
I remember before we did all the encounter stuff, I'd already had you guys roll for the survival and perception.
Yeah, you mentioned at the end of the session that you were going to make notes on it.
Yeah. 21 for the survival and 27 for the perception. And so you guys are already set on the path to finding the home, which is no trouble to you guys.
How many miles did we travel yesterday? That's why I was trying to figure out how the waypoint works.
Roughly like 30 miles, something like that.
Okay,
On horses, that's about a day's mark.
And I'm back.
I think we said it's about 50 to the tower. So we should get there today.
Yeah, you said you'd round it to 50.
Yeah, you guys would get there before nightfall. A few days of daylight left, maybe like 3, 4 at best. Daylight left, and
Okay, but we do plan that the entire day will be like on horseback, like most of the entire day.
yeah, most of the day.
Okay.
Up until this moment. You guys arrive. You guys do a lot of searching. The area that you get to has a lot more rocky, hilly, not really quite mountainous, but more terrain elevation changes, and some rocky cliff faces. Not really cliffs, but just large rocks. And you almost have to find nearly perfect angle to get a sight of the home, which is surrounded by these rocks that block view of it. And but yeah, eventually you get there. There's a bit of a gully. It's something like a 20-foot drop, nothing too crazy, but significant that you wouldn't want to get stuck down in there. And in this gully, there's a small river that runs through it. Pretty low speeds. You don't think it'd be very dangerous to be in that river. You think it'd be actually pretty hard to drown in it as well. But a little bit of an obstacle that would need to be traversed.
Stuff.
Oh, my internet.
Oh, you're back. Okay,
I'm back.
oh good. You disappeared for a moment there.
Yep, internet hiccup. Alright. I don't know where I cut off, but there's a gully, river here, and small obstacle that you would have to traverse.
Just for clarification, is that what we assume to be Leafbeard's home, or is that the tower?
It's a single story stone structure. It
Not the tower.
it doesn't seem like it's the tower.
Gotcha.
Seems like it's Leafbeard's.
Should we announce our presence somehow? Make sure.
Usually, what you do is you knock on the door, and that lets them know you're there.
That's a smart plan.
Yeah, but if he's not here, like I'm not against climbing over this ravine, but if he's not here, that seems like a lot of effort. You just yell, and Bram takes a good deep breath, about to just yell very loudly.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
I'm here for it.
Oh my god.
Just cupping hands over the cupping hands over the mouth and just screaming. Move forward! I'm not gonna yell, obviously, because I don't want to hurt y'all's ears over the mic, but just yelling. You home?
Roll me charisma with advantage.
Mm-hmm. And it would help if I didn't exit out of my character sheet instead of clicking it. There we go. Yes, ma'am. I hear you. You are so loud. Seven. And 7.
All right, you yell, and it's a decent yell. You wait for a little while, but no one comes to the door.
Well, either he's not home or he didn't hear us.
Maybe he's just as heavy a sleeper as you are.
I can go ahead and knock.
Lou, you slept for a full day, no, 2 days in a bag, carrying around. Don't call people heavy sleepers.
It's not an insult, just an observation. I never claimed not to be myself, but I also had the added effect of alcohol that I will be staying away from. So,
Probably smart.
That's fair. So, how far is this ledge? I'm going to get off the horse.
That's a good point, actually.
And walk over here.
About 30 feet.
That's about 30 feet across.
Decently tough jump to make, yeah. More than decently tough, it's very tough.
I have a grappling hook on me. Can I use that?
Is there?
Okay, give me
I need
a
to
rope
get a
or
PC.
something.
Because this laptop situation is not conducive.
Anyone have a rope?
I'm just spinning
I
instead
think
of
I have
zooming.
rope, but I kind of need it if I'm going to do my grappling hook thing.
Give me the hook.
Sure, I'll give you both. Yeah.
Okay, and I will misty step to the other side, holding onto the grappling hook.
Okay. Yeah, you are on the other side.
Why do you need the grappling hook?
I will then attach the hook
To hook it for
the
us,
nearby
dude.
tree, and then you guys can use that rope.
Wait, so when you misty step, did the one end of the rope go with you, but not the other end?
I assume you were still holding on to the other end.
Is that how it works? I thought the entire rope would go with you.
I don't know. Is that how it would work?
Yeah, I'm gonna say the whole thing would go with you. Not
That's what I figured.
it'd be hold on,
God damn
actually.
it.
I actually love that because it's like, oh, I've got this. Magic solves everything, and then
You
poof.
stole my grappling hook.
We can just toss the other end of the rope back. It's not that.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
It wouldn't be hard to throw it across,
Yeah, that's a pretty.
especially with
that's-
somebody there to catch it and secure it on both ends.
All right, catch.
I'm ready.
I will throw the hook towards Sid.
I'll be sending here.
All right.
I'm chugging it as hard as I can.
It's good to know.
30-foot toss. I'm not making any rolls for it. It's you toss it
I don't have
across.
trouble with that.
You make a catch. Maybe the catch is graceful. Maybe it's not. But
How much damage does it do?
you'll find dexterity saves, Sid.
All right. It's
All right, you're
okay.
good. Yeah, you're pretty good. You catch it. It's not a super acrobatic, graceful catch, but it is a solid catch.
I will
So I
tie
guess
the
that
other end of the rope
defeats
around
the
that.
point of the grappling hook. But yeah, I'll just
Just tying it on to trees and whatnot.
I'll tie the other end to a tree over here.
All right.
And
Made a
I'll do
line.
so here.
All right.
And I'll shimmy across.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, Tinsel Swaddle.
Huh?
Tinsel
Tosun Sengo.
Tinsel Sengo. Sorry, it's been a week. It's been 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Tonsil Sengo.
Yes.
You're more used to carrying around horses. Do you think they'll be safe over here while we're on the other side?
They should be.
I didn't know if we needed to stay by and guard them or keep them from running
Right.
off.
My horse shouldn't wander too far, and the rest should stay with it. They like to stay in groups.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for putting my mind at ease, man. Now, let's get across. Who's first?
Okay.
Hmm.
I
So
don't want to
you-
do like a safe shimmy. Like I don't like. I'd imagine a sane person would probably, tuck their arms and legs around it and shimmy across. I don't want to do that. I want to use just my hands
Okay.
because I'm a fool.
All right. Yeah. Everybody crossing can make a pretty easy athletics check. Pretty easy, but certainly failable.
Can I tightrope walk across them?
Yes, with a
I'm not
much
sure if it's
harder
taught enough.
acrobatics.
I hope I tied it well.
Don't you love
Uh-huh.
don't you love how in Dungeons and Dragons you can do a significantly more difficult task easier than you could a significantly easier one? Like just crawling across a rope is like physically demanding, but it's not that bad. But tightrope walking across is extremely difficult. And I don't know, it's just one of those.
I would say
things.
it's like kind of reflects real life.
No, it doesn't at all.
I think if you've had like years and years of practice doing tightrope walking, you might be more comfortable doing that. Especially if you're not particularly strong.
True.
While everyone's busy falling into the river, I will go and knock on the door.
So the DC is actually easy enough that everybody isn't falling into the river, but
Even
for
Harris?
maybe Ares, because that is a much more difficult thing to do with acrobatics than or not much more, but it's difficult enough that the athletics was going to be DC 5, so failable, but you have to roll really bad.
I mean, if I had roll athletics, I still would have failed it because I wouldn't have that +5
Yeah.
modifier.
I think you're screwed either way.
Hold on. As I lose my balance, before I go on, what did Fate's Misty Step look like, Tony?
I imagine she just disappears, poofs out of existence, and if you've seen the X-Men movies, I guess, if you remember how Nightcrawler used to jump from one location to the other and leaving behind this sort of misty, dark blue cloud for a
Smoke.
second. Yeah, it's similar to that, except the cloud is green instead of dark blue.
All right. In that case, then that's exactly what happens with Aris as well. However, except apart from the green smoke, everything is the same. It's only that instead of the green smoke, it has like a hint of violet in it.
Alright. You lose your balance, and maybe before it looks obvious that you were about to fall, you just poof over there. Gracefully saved.
You had to steal my thunder, didn't you?
Oz goes over next. And
Oh, am I stealing it?
and
It's in
then
character.
finally Brom, I don't think you made athletics to cross. Or if you did, it might have been a private roll or something.
He wrote in the chat that his in the memes channel that his Chrome is acting up.
Okay. All good. We'll get back to that. But all right, yeah. So Faith, you kind of early on, as everyone else is crossing over, you said you go over there. What do you do at the door?
I just knock.
All right.
Say hello.
You hear some kind of like startled intake of air, likely from someone that was asleep before the knock, and then some shuffled footsteps towards the door, and yes,
Leave Beard.
who is this?
We met in the town. Faith, Sid, Eris, remember?
Rather old. Does he remember?
Damn.
Hey, Leafbeard! Nice to see you again. You sold Faith, or you traded Faith for some drugs.
Oh man.
Or was it...
Memory must
yeah.
be fucked.
Or was it just... Yeah. Were they specifically drugs or just pipe? Whatever. It doesn't matter. She gave you that nice soap.
At the very least, he cracks the door open to take a look. And seeing your faces, at the very least, there's some recognition on his face there. He goes, oh, yes. Oh, you've come all the way out here to visit me. I suppose, come in.
Visit and assist in many ways.
Very kind.
Thank you. Oh.
I'll go make some tea.
Would you like some help?
That's so kind.
Would you like some help with that? I mean, we're imposing and all. I don't want to be a bother.
He's gone in the other room at that point.
Gotcha.
You have a wonderful home, I say as I walk around.
Oh, thank you.
Looking at everything.
For some clarification, I guess. The bookshelves are certainly there. And then there's just like crates of random supplies. It mostly looks like foodstuffs and various kinds of storage. These things that look like crates of potions are not actually potions. It's going to be more like poultices of various kinds.
Medicinal ingredients.
Yeah, medicinal ingredients, herbal remedies. You definitely see some evidence of more of the halfling leaf. But yeah, it's not quite as arcane and oceany looking as it actually looks in this map.
Can I pocket some of his weed.
Oh my.
Sleight of hand to not be obvious. He's in the other room, so it'd be super easy. But it's more of like leaving any kind of trace or evidence that he would notice.
Okay. 17.
17. All right, yeah. You do a pretty damn good job. You think that very unlikely that he would take note.
That's
How
only if
old
you,
was? Sorry.
I only want to take it if like it seems like there's a lot of it. I don't want to like.
Oh, there's quite a bit.
Okay.
There's
Okay,
indeed quite a
if
bit.
It seems, how many uses do I get? He traded me
call it-
3 the last time, and I have 2 left.
I actually made some new rules with the herbalism kit that I can look at now. As far
You
as
made drug rules for me. I'm touched.
full specialty, halfling leaf. You can just add, we'll call it 3 uses of halfling's leaf. Takes 1 minute to consume. Once consumed, you gain the serene condition for 1 hour. And one time while the condition's active, you can gain a 1d4 bonus to wisdom, ability check, or saving throw.
Oh, so that's different from what it was before. I'll have a look.
Yeah. I honestly don't remember what I said before. It was kind of, I was just going on the fly.
Fine. It was +2 to wisdom and -2 to intelligence for an hour, which I loved. Anyway,
How old is Leafbeard again? Like we spoke to him a lot.
Yeah. I don't remember if he told you his exact age, but judging by his appearance, you would reckon at least...
I am an elf as well, so I think it'll be easier for elves to judge.
Sure. Judging by his appearance, you would think at least something like at least 500 or 600. You
Okay.
think at least more than 600, probably.
In that case, this is like some like in human years, this is someone who's like 70 plus or something.
Yeah. Equivalent to that.
So Aris will follow Leafbeard into the. This is where he went, right?
Yeah.
Is the door closed?
The door was left like just a hair ajar. So it seems, with context clues, it seems like it wouldn't be a big deal to open it up a bit more.
All right, but then Aris will say in Elven, "May I come in?"
No, yes, of course.
All right. I'm not sure if there's like a term of, like a sore, but like more familiar in Elven. But then seeing this, old man making tea for us doesn't sit right with Aris, so he'll say in Elven, "We don't mean to bother you. I make great tea. Please sit down. I'll take care of it."
Sure. Yes. Still rather drowsy. You will go here and sit cross-legged on the rug by the table.
oh man,
Bram will give
we just took all the seats.
Yeah, Bram will look over at Faith, or let's see. Yeah, Faith, you're the closest one near him. Like, lean in, like, don't take up his chair.
I'll happily stand up. I'm okay with
No,
sitting
sit-
cross-legged
sit-
on the floor.
It.
Sid completely ignores that. He's sitting on the floor. And he looks delighted.
Thank you for inviting us in. This is very cozy. I can see, and the view outside is beautiful. I can see why you made your home here.
Yes. A wonderful place. Used to be more splendid years ago.
How do you cross the river when you're getting home?
There's a crossing farther south.
Ah, that makes sense.
Yes.
We can wait for Ares to get back until we get into this, but you did bring up how this place used to be more beautiful. And I'm sorry about the crashing in the background. Daughter's playing with her new truck.
That's fine.
That's Ares making tea.
Foley work, nice.
Yeah. So yeah, you mentioned how your home used to be even more beautiful, and last time we spoke, you told us about how this place has become overhunted and that a blight was coming through. Well, as we were coming here, my companions, and like he'll give like a sheepishly apologetic look for sleeping because he slept through this fight, but they came across some Ents that were distorted somehow.
A little on the aggressive side.
And they, yeah.
Oh. Aros will kind of pop out for a second, and as he pops out, you see for some reason he has, you know, those scales that merchants use to weigh things in his hand, and he'll just spout out, you know, like a little bit of lore about the Ents, like, you know, more bookish knowledge that, you know, they were about 4 feet high, seemed to be made out of bark, you know, had red eyes, which was surprising, and then go back and.
You're all very knowledgeable on this subject. Yes, I've seen them too, from afar.
You make them?
Me? Make them? No. I'm no druid. I know I may look it, but I am an enthusiast of their history and their rites and rituals, but I don't possess the gift they do. It's a rare gift.
Oh, well, pardon me for assuming.
No, it's a compliment, really. I presume you're here from the guild to deal with these Ents.
Oh yes. Sid proudly props up his badge.
Yes. Well, you know, they're not behaving like they're supposed to.
The Ents of the guild.
The Ents.
Yeah, okay, good.
Aros comes out again, holding an hourglass for some reason, and asks, "How long have these Ents been here?"
It must have started. The first one I saw was 2 months ago, but they've become more numerous.
And were they aggressive when you first saw them?
They've never attacked me. But
Is that because they've never seen you? Or have they seen you and then decided not to approach you?
I'm not sure.
Hmm.
Perhaps they
What if they
understand
ever-
that I am not a threat to this land.
That would make sense.
Really, if all these people that come here and forage and hunt it, pick it clean, they would just stop doing that, I bet they wouldn't be bothered by them.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I agree.
Yes, I must. I'm sorry, go ahead, lad.
No, I don't mean to interrupt. And I think, like, as he's talking, sorry.
What is Ares doing back there?
Alright, I won't take the blame for that, man.
Yeah.
Okay,
Have
as
you
As
It's
Okay, sorry. No, Koala's got to go up because she's smacking that one too much. Sorry.
That's Arius measuring out the proper herb amounts.
Yeah,
on
He's
the
counting
the
how many
scales.
sugars it takes.
Oh no! Now she wants Koala back. No. Anyway. Yeah. As he's talking, he's reaching into his bag, knowing Arius is going to make some stellar tea. He's setting out some like little cinnamon scones or little
Awesome.
snickerdoodle cookies that he's made, and like to pair with the tea, just put like offering them up on the table. It's like, well, would it be possible for these individuals who are hunting and gathering and taking the resources, would it be possible for them to continue to take those resources but do so in a much smaller amount, a more sustainable amount?
Yes, it would take a lot of restraint on their parts. Of course, most of them that do this are not even locals. They're part of trade caravans, foraging to cut down on costs. They're not even from here. They don't care. They'll never care.
I see.
They'll only start to care if the Nyathel start enforcing. Travel the routes, check for evidence or whatever. I don't know how they could do it. But if they're going to rule over this region, they need to do something about it. That's why I keep going. Andhel, I've gone to Vithindale, I've complained to anyone that would give me their ear. Nothing changes.
These people who are just traveling around that are not from around here, they're not from Tensun, are they?
Many of them are. I mean,
Really?
They're associated with a variety of different guilds. Some of them are independent merchants. A lot of them are with the Miners Guild. There's been a lot of influx of Esperite out of the region recently.
Brow furrows a bit. That's not right. Well, this
Alice pops up. Sorry. Aros pops up holding the scales again and says, Esperite, did you say?
Yes, the 10 of 10 Peaks. They... Ages ago, they were mined out of their Esperite, and everybody thought that they were just... You know, derelict, used-up mountains, but... Some surveyors have found more Esperite, and there's been big influx of trade and miners and all sorts of industrialism around it. A lot of cave collapses. A lot of those tunnels from the old mines are unstable now after the years. Very dangerous stuff. Well, I don't know what help I can be regarding these Ents. Like I said, I'm no druid myself.
Do you know any druids?
After what happened to Audubon, any druids left in the world have chosen not to come here. It immediately raised the suspicions of the Logic Masters, and nobody wants that.
Wait, what happened to him?
Audubon was turned this lifeless step into a wilderness, all on his own. Him and his circle of druids, but they were wiped out by the Logic Masters late in the Third Epoch, I think. Yes.
They were?
Yes. The Logic Masters, the histories were of course written by the Logic Masters, so who knows? But the histories say that the druids were half sorcerer themselves.
No way.
What do I know about this, Ben?
You'd probably know all about this. Just the vague, kind of comprehensive knowledge that I've already said. At least you specifically would, coming from where you do. But obviously, none of that was mentioned on the pamphlets that the guild had.
Would that give Sid access to the same knowledge? Or is it
maybe
more like,
with
is it not like commonly taught?
No, it's not like commonly taught.
So yeah, nah.
It's kind of specific to the region, and
I would only pick up the basics, really.
I mean, that doesn't make sense. Everyone knows that sorcerers have wings and breathe fire.
What I've heard.
No, that's like all the stories. They say they're all connected to the dragons, right? They all have scales and breathe fire. Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Some of them breathe lightning.
No, I was agreeing with you. That's exactly the same thing that I've got.
I've
I
heard a great
was
many
just
things about
behind you and see.
sorcerers. They're more subtle than you think. The bloodlines have become so detached from their original source of dragon's blood that they practically look like anyone these days. Of course, maybe that's just
Anyone we
natural
come across
selection.
could be a sorcerer?
Anyone, yes.
Oh. That's disconcerting.
The sorcerers that looked least obvious are the only ones who survived the Great Purge.
That would
So
make
pardon
sense.
me, how did we reach from the plague in this area to sorcerers and to Tensantan Peak?
Are you asking that in character or out of character?
Yes, in character.
Oh, okay. Oh, I mean, natural flow of conversation, but you're right. We should focus on the conversation. We should focus on the task at hand.
Yeah, I agree. Sorcerers are the least of our worries now.
Yes.
This tea is delicious.
Yeah, I think
Yes,
as
well made, lad.
as I was kind of basis that there were already 2 cups which were pre-filled, and then everyone else kind of had to pour themselves a cup from the teapot.
Mhm.
And the 2 filled cups, they go to Leafbeard and Branmere.
Oh, sweet. I was about to say Bramir would immediately start pouring himself a cup, make himself at home, but if you put one in front of him, he'll just smile at you and say, "Thank you very much."
Is it
And-
tea that you found here, or is it tea that you brought with you?
I think I used the tea I had. I used the utensils, the fire pot, and all, but everything else was what Paris had.
What kind of tea is it?
I think it's probably
Some kind of halfling tea.
Yeah, some sort of elven halfling concoction. But one thing is, as you begin to drink it, and the same goes for Leafbeard as well, Ben.
Mhm.
You know, the steam is probably heavy on the milk and sugar, but as you drink it, apart from revitalizing your soul as tea does, it does
As
kind
you
of give you like a aura of you feel quicker for some reason. And both Bramir and Leafbeard have Gift of Alacrity for the next 8 hours.
Ooh.
Gift of what now?
Gift of alacrity.
Okay, hold on.
Was that the reroll or the advantage on?
I think the die is just it'll automatically. That's the D8 for initiative rolls, but when it happens, we'll just roll the D8s when it happens.
I don't want to hijack this, but I was just noting that Bram says that and says, "Yeah, I told you I make a mean team," and turns back to the conversation.
A little bit of zest in there.
So
Definitely, Leafbeard looks a little bit more perked up. He'd been woken up from sleep when you guys first got here and knocked on the door, and he seemed like he was still kind of going around from it. But now he seems quite awake.
A secret hidden use for Gift of Alacrity wakes you right up.
Oh.
So did we find anything about the ants?
Well, I seem to know quite a lot about them already. I think the only blanks I could fill in is, well, they'll be tied to a source of some kind, of course.
Yeah. Is there any way to identify the source? Like, if we find another one, could we trace it back to its creator?
Perhaps.
I actually look at Eris to see if he would know anything about that.
Could you repeat that?
Is there a way to trace an ent back to its creator?
I'm not sure how much. Like, I think I've exhausted most of my knowledge.
Yeah, that's
Ben
about.
maybe, or
That's true. Yeah.
That's about the.
Eris is kind of. Yeah, Eris will turn to Leaffield and see if they know. But
Well, not exactly. You can trace it back to its source, what's empowering it, which is usually an elder tree.
What is an elder tree just a type of tree, or is it something more mystical?
It's a bit more mystical. Nothing comes to mind as far as foliage when you hear that.
Would it be something that actively defends itself against, crimes against nature? Could that be the issue?
Probably.
I don't want to chop down an elder tree. That does not sound like a good thing.
Yes. As unfortunate as it sounds to say, I would ask whether perhaps this is something that you simply let be. It's a problem that sorts itself out. Eventually, people will stop hunting and foraging here if they realize how dangerous it is, and then the ants won't matter.
Yeah, this sounds like a problem that's going to sort itself out.
Yeah.
No, if they were just scaring people, that's one thing. But they actively attacked us when we were sleeping. They're not differentiating. Even if they were making a difference before, like, they didn't last night. They're just attacking everyone that comes around.
on the leaflet, it did say that these things were just driving people away, and these things attacked us. That's why I thought that they weren't the same things. But if they are, then those things weren't just driving people away. They rushed us as we slept.
I don't know, actually. I'm not sure if we did attack first.
No, we didn't. Eris was the first person to get that.
Yeah, the leaflet didn't say anything. Leaflets doesn't say anything about them dragging people off, does it? So far, no monsters have been reported to physically harm or kill anybody. Yeah, okay, though it is certainly possible to attribute some of the missing persons cases in the region. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they're physically hurting people. That can't be allowed. Granted, harming the forest can't be allowed either. So it's it's a balance.
Maybe we should just start a campaign, like a tree hugging campaign kind of thing. We put up signs in the forest everywhere. We come up with a cool slogan, and we just stop people from hunting.
I'm up for that.
I'm surprised more people aren't against that idea. I hate that idea.
No, I mean the thing is, Leapbeard made it very clear. The issue isn't that people are taking from the forest; it's that they're overtaking.
Yeah.
You can still hunt and forage, but take. It's about respect.
That's our slogan. It's about respect.
Okay, here's my thinking. You said that these ents usually serve druids, right? And you said that you don't know any druids in the region, but if there's ents here, then there must be a druid as well, right? That's how it should work.
Or another creature with access to that kind of magic.
They're pretty autonomous. The druids can only be so many places at once in a region. Part of the Ent's purpose is to fill in the gaps. They could be acting on their own.
Okay. Another question. What if some leftover magic from this Andubans circle was left behind, and now for some reason it activated and caused all this?
Yes, that is likely what happened. The way this...
So we should just go to the circle and make our next decision there.
Shouldn't we go to the tower and check it out? It's not far from here, is it?
It's nothing but a ruin now.
I think it's our best bet.
What circle are we talking about, Nathan?
I'm in the tower.
I think they're talking about the Druidic Circle. Like Adaban's Circle of Druids.
Well, I'd be curious to see it regardless, so
certainly. I'll take you there. It is a wonderful historical site. But it's been picked clean by scavengers and whatnot. But nonetheless, I've managed to keep its sanctity somewhat.
You sure you want to come? I mean, I'd be happy to have you along for the journey, but I don't want to push you.
Oh, it's fine. What else would I be doing?
Have the ants troubled you? Like, we saw you a couple of days back in Andal. On your way here, did they bother you?
No, they didn't. As I said, I think they understand that I live in harmony with the land. Yes.
Before we go, there's one other thing. Dos, could you give us the egg
Right. Thank God someone remembered that.
Okay. Cool. I was having my issues for a second. Yes, I will hand over the egg.
Goodness me. A large bird.
We thought we'd ask you about what to do with it. If you remember, when we last met, we were on the hunt for this creature that was killing elves mostly. And we found it and defeated it, but we found it had laid an egg, and we were wondering what to do with it. We didn't want to just kill it. We didn't want to hand it over to the townsfolk because they would have killed it. And well, we thought you might have an idea. Would you like it? We would be happy to give it to you.
Takes a look at the egg.
It is the egg. I want to be very forward with this knowledge. It is the egg of a giant man-eating, specifically heart-eating,
elf heart-eating.
Yeah, elf heart-eating carnivorous bird monster. I think Ares specifically called it a monstrosity.
Yes, this might be a bit too dangerous for me to handle. Especially in my old age. Once this thing grows up, it could overpower me easily. But, that being said, I've heard of predators being raised in captivity and not eating those who raise them. Something I'd have to think about.
So you're saying that if we love it and raise it and pet it and feed it, that maybe, just maybe, we could have a new best friend?
It looks so excited.
Maybe.
Not again.
Animals, we're all born with instinct. And going against instinct is difficult, but can be done, as is evidenced by the diversity of the people of the world. Animals aren't raised with that diversity because they are raised by their kind to live in a certain way. It's hard to tell, especially with a beast like that one. Not like most natural beasts. Hard to say how it would turn out.
That's because it isn't natural.
Yes. Nature is, of course, cruel as much as it is kind. The egg has lost its mother. It's not anyone's responsibility to keep it alive anymore.
So I kind of feel like it is. Like it is ours.
Yeah,
Because
You're free to make it your responsibility. But in the eyes of nature, that egg should be dead.
Oh man.
That is the way of things.
Aros does not look at fate.
Looks conflicted.
Of course, the Druids always went against this idea. They sought to foster nature wherever it was. Druid would likely seek to raise the egg.
Okay. Then we just hold on to it until we find a druid.
We are looking for a druid currently, aren't we? Next
I'll
time we'll...
I'll help you take care of it.
Yeah, me too. I'll be the best dad ever.
Oh, Thos has been carrying it around for now. Maybe he can keep carrying it around until we find a druid.
Yes, a true druid would have a chance at fixing the Ents. Not destroying them, but perhaps making them less aggressive.
The Ents or the Peryton?
The Ents. He's talking now about the Ents.
Okay.
Well, it sounds like we need to get going to this tower. So,
Yeah, that's our best bet, I think.
So everybody, finish your tea, eat these cookies. We don't want grumbly tumblies on the road, and we'll get going.
If I look at the map, how long do I think it will take us to get to the tower? Can we get to it like before dark?
5 miles should be like an hour.
Yeah, on horseback, you can make it there and back before dark, as long as you don't spend more than an hour there.
Oh, hey Maddie, how was the interview?
I think you're really well, so I am very hopeful.
Nice.
Good, good.
Awesome.
Okay.
Well, fingers crossed.
All right. You guys are traveling to the tower?
One quick thing, since we don't know what we may find there. As we're getting up, Eros will approach Faith and, cast mage armor on her. Not saying much.
Yeah, she'll just nod
You stood at this point.
and start walking.
All right. You guys make it there. Uneventful journey for the most part. Pleasant
Can I
walk
retrieve
through
the
woods.
rope?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, he takes you down to the crossing that's a little ways south. There's a spot where you can go down to the little where the river is, using like a small path, and it worms its way back up on the other side where it's not too steep. You do have to cross the river though, which you can either do by trying to jump over it, or you can just accept getting a little wet. And
Sid would definitely attempt to jump, but whatever. I get the rope.
yeah, we're not gonna go through the whole thing, but yeah. And
One
go ahead.
One question I wanted to ask Leafbeard, like, we know like the Ents come back, so Eros will ask Leafbeard if he knows like a Druidic place in this area that might be the spot that they come back to.
No, I really don't.
Alright, we'll give it a try.
Alright, so you guys make it to the tower. It looks like it was probably much taller in days past, but now there's only really 3 floors to it before the rest is just ruins. Looks like at some point the tower just crumbled and collapsed, and there's just like a pile of rubble in one direction away from the tower, where it's clear that the tower just fell and scattered and destroyed itself upon the ground. It's a pretty simple looking tower, square shaped. When you go inside, it's pretty spacey. It is quite large, spacey area. There's some support pillars that are still functioning pretty well on the first floor, and there's writing in Druidic engraved on the walls and the pillars, and there's a place at the center on the bottom floor where there's evidence of scorch marks where something was burned. A lot of scorch marks in the middle. And the middle, in the middle also, even though the first floor is pretty immaculate as far as its condition, it looks like it's been maintained, likely by Leafbeard, you imagine. But the middle part, the floor is deformed a little bit, and kind of weird to make out why the floor in the middle is deformed. You can actually see to the ground below. As if like people, it's as if they made a big old tower and then just forgot to make any flooring in the middle. And the second and third floors are about the same. There's a hole, a clearly man-made hole that goes up the middle of the tower, circular. So the floors are actually more like, it feels more like you're on a walkway that's on the next floor up than on an entirely new floor, because most of the center of the second and third floor are just the opened up hole. And once you get to the third floor, you're just looking up at the sky because the rest of the tower had collapsed. Actually, even from the bottom floor, you'd be looking up at the sky through the hole in the ceiling.
And it's baked clean. There's no furniture. There's nothing there.
Yeah, pretty much. Other than just like the fundamental architecture of the tower, it's picked clean. There's plenty of graffiti all over it as well. Just people who have like etched their names and dumb stuff, racial slurs, dicks.
Of course.
Apart from the
works.
graffiti, is there any writing?
Nothing really worth mentioning. Other than, as I said, there's plenty of inscriptions in Druidic written on the pillars and the walls.
Do we just recognize that this is the language of, like, this is the Druidic language, or
It's vaguely reminiscent of Sylvan, which is what the only thing that would clue you to it. You've probably, if you've ever seen Druidic before, you would probably recognize it as being like, oh, this almost looks Sylvan in the way it's written. Maybe there's like a few characters that are the same between Sylvan and Druidic, but it is definitely very different beyond that. But it's enough that if you know Sylvan, I'd say that you'd probably have enough to recognize Druidic writing, even if you don't know the language.
It's like someone that knows Spanish looking at Latin and being
Yeah.
like, "Oh, I see the I see." Yeah, I see the roots here, but I can't read it.
Mhm.
Makes sense.
As someone who does speak Druidic, do they say anything interesting?
They okay, right. They definitely seem like a ritualistic. They don't seem just they seem like they're designed to create an enchantment of some kind. Or just like a ritualistic kind of layering. You see try this. As you look at it, you begin to see kind of a pattern that emerges, and you feel like you're almost looking at the writing as describing the region that you're in, and it almost feels like you're looking at a map in writing, and that it describes how various parts of the region connect to each other, and that all of these connected parts kind of lead back to here. And from what you can tell by reading all the writing, it's more specifically talking about elder trees, as Leafbeard had mentioned earlier. As a druid, you would know what those are and more about them. Essentially, an elder tree is like the it's like the grandfather tree of the region, the largest, oldest, most splendorous tree. It is created by a druid who uses a heartstone, which is just an enchanted stone. It can be made of anything, really. It can literally just be a chunk of rock that is just enchanted in a special way, which is placed into a tree, and then the tree is empowered, and then that empowered tree essentially invigorates the region using the druid's magic. It's like a conduit for the druid to give empowerment to the land. And from what you can tell, the writings in here are connecting not one elder tree, but a series of elder trees into like a system that covers a vast swath of land, and that the elder trees, the many elder trees of this land, are all grandfathered almost like by a great elder tree that connects all the elder trees and empowers all the elder trees, and that this great elder tree you think likely resided here in the middle where the scorched marks are, and you think that the reason the ceiling has a hole in it is so that's probably where the tree was growing up through the tower.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And as you look around, you see like, yeah, you see that the reason probably why some of the floor parts are deformed are probably because roots were growing through there. You see evidence of places where roots had left marks, indents in the stone throughout the tower. And yeah, just by reading the Druidic, you think that what actually was going on here is this elder tree was the tree that was in this tower literally connected to every other elder tree that it was surveying over by a series of roots, and that technically every elder tree connected to this one was actually just one massive tree with roots spanning throughout the entire region.
It's the internet.
But the tree is no longer there. It's just an empty hole now.
At least the tree here, yeah, is completely gone. No evidence other than the scorch
How
marks.
wide is the hole in the center?
The tower itself is about 60 feet across. The place where the tree was, you imagine, it could have had like a diameter of maybe 25 or 30 feet. Not like the hugest, thickest tree, but...
Okay, I had a different thing in mind. Does the hole go all the way up the tower?
For all 3 floors that are still standing, yes.
Okay. 'Cause this immediately like struck bells in my history knowledge. This is like a Japanese thing. They have central pillars in their towers to keep them up. Usually with a flexible sort of wood.
Mm-hmm.
This is like a real thing.
Yeah.
That's all really cool. It was so cool that I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah, I like that lore.
But while Tanso is reading and people are going around, I wanted Bram to just be walking around the edges. He's bending down, like taking his hands and like running them over the old ruins, taking a bit of dirt, rubbing it into his hands, kind of like just doing like a lot of weird things. He'll scan different things and kind of wipe it. Yeah, after he gets his hands dirty, wipe them down clean again. Take out like a trapper knife, flip it up, scrape some of the walls, just doing little rhythmic motions as he's casting detect magic. It looks like he's almost running a bunch of not experiments per se, but just little tests. Where he'll just tap the stone with the edge of his knife, scrape a little bit of moss off, drawing little circles, testing floorboards. But once you take a step back and look at all his actions, they kind of have almost a rhythmic motion to it, as he ritually casts detect magic. Please don't touch that. Thank you.
I got you. All right, you
Do you need me to press it or?
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah. I was gonna say it's a pretty common spell, but yeah, it takes him a while, but he eventually, he gets that magic vision up.
All right, you do that, and you do see that some of the just one single part of the bottom floor where all the script is. You see that one part of it is glowing with evocation magic.
Evocation. That's the drawing forces magic, right? Blasty kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, it has a wide variety. More than just blasty. It's I guess more just like do things or like manifest energy in a way.
Healing spells or evocation as well.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, it's messing with energy kind of magic.
Yeah.
So when he gets done with his little thing, he'll look around. He'll close that folding knife, tuck it back into his pocket. Hey y'all, this place is really old. Leafbeard, you said you've been keeping it up?
Yes, just keeping it from going derelict. I couldn't stop the tower from collapsing entirely. Not after the tree was gone. But what's left I've been able to maintain somewhat.
Well, it's certainly not derelict, because I'll point over to that spot. That's still active.
Oh. Huh. An echo from the past. Perhaps.
They've been maintaining this place and just happened to never walk over there.
Well, we don't know what it does. I mean, it could be its evocation, which I'm not too schooled with what that does, but that's more like pulling energy. It could just be like these are just guesses. I point to Tom. I point to you, Sid. You'd probably know more about it than I would, but I imagine that it's just a power source.
I mean, I know about arcane runes that explode when you go near them.
Not every bit of magic just goes boom, dude.
Vast majority of it seems to.
Sansengel, roll me a survival check as you look over to where he was pointing, where Braum was pointing. Okay, go ahead, Leo.
I mean, not the best roll.
Yeah, it's not too much to put things together a little bit, but you look at the area. I kind of described earlier how the way the words in Druidic were set up, the way they were carved across the floor and onto the walls and everything. You got the vague idea that it was like making, almost like painting a map of the region, connecting the roots as they span from this central point to the other elder trees and whatnot. And you're pretty sure that the you know for a fact that the writing where Brahm is pointing to, where he says it's still empowered, that the writing specifically is referring to a elder tree that is somewhere, and you feel that maybe with some work and some time to piece together somehow how this map on the floor correlates with the actual map of the region, you might be able to piece together like a specific location of where this supposedly empowered elder tree is.
Okay.
You do think it'll take time. We'll call it like a short rest's worth of time, and there'll be another check involved, and it'll be like a you do or you don't figure it out kind of thing.
I will tell everyone. I think this place is a map.
To what? Like the area? Just
Yeah.
in general? Is there not like a We'll see if there's anything on it that's not on our map.
I
Take
will
a moment.
try to do that. Like, hopefully, I bought the time to try to figure out this map a little bit better.
Yeah.
We've got time.
I mean, the sun will probably set, but we don't care about that, do we?
We can camp here.
We could. Did we bring the horses? We did, right?
I presume so.
Yeah.
I don't see why we wouldn't.
Alright.
Do you mind that, Leafbeard? Would it be okay if we camped in the
No.
tower for the night?
Of course not.
Good. Just thought I'd ask, because maybe it's like a sacred place. I don't know.
Used to be sacred, but it's just a place now. An important place for history, but
Yeah. Bram will walk over to Leafbeard and put his hand on his shoulder gently and lean. Or I guess I don't have to lean down because I'm short. Like look up at him. And same thing, very getting close up in his face. No sense of personal bubble, anything. Yeah, please do tell us if we're, doing anything disrespectful. We've asked a lot of you, and you've been very kind to us, and we'd hate to be disrespectful and impose.
oh, this is fine. Fine.
Thank you. You're a very kind man. And I appreciate that.
Yeah. He kind of looks away. Seems to be in thought about something after you say so. Just gives you like a small, brief smile. Nods.
What's Airhis doing during all that?
I imagine you're probably just kind of snooping around like most people have been during this period.
No, so I was going to bring this up, but the conversation was going, but as you look around, Aris isn't in the room.
Yep.
Once we figured out the writing wasn't true, like there's like a lot of noise going out in here, so I think he went to like a different floor, where he's casting like a series of rituals to kind of better inspect this place. And since that takes a lot of time, Aris is just not there.
Oh, would Sid have seen you disappear?
Yeah,
Not
I mean, it's
literally
not
disappear,
like-
okay. Because I think Sid would want to assist in that.
Not that he can, but he'll want.
No, just as like, passing you ritual stuff, holding the tools.
All right. So during this short rest or so that Faith is trying to like piece together what's going on. Would Ares' rituals take an hour or more?
Wait, Faith or Toss is trying to piece it together?
I'm sorry, yeah, it's tossed, but I assume like
So if
somebody's probably.
I'll just quickly describe if Sid follows Aris into the room. Aris will take off his armor, take off his like revealing like a body full of tattoos, and over the course of 30 minutes he'll trace multiple symbols. He'll lay out like 3 mirrors in front of him, and after like of some time the mirrors will kind of like wise and rotate around him, which will help him look at the runes on his back. And tracing those symbols, I'm essentially casting 3 rituals.
Instead, it's just constantly asking, "Can I help? Can I do anything?"
This takes about half an hour.
Yep.
With
Right, yeah.
comprehend languages, can I read the druidic writing?
Yes, you know, as the spell describes, you'd be like kind of running your hand over the writing to be able to comprehend it. You'd be like crouching down a lot, running your hand on the floor where the writing is, or touching it on the wall, or whatever you're kind of trying to read. You don't have to touch over every single character, but just kind of like touch the ground that it's on in the general area, and then you can read what's around it. And with detect magic, you would of course see the same thing that that was noticed by Taz.
What's the magic coming from?
From the script itself. Like the script is illuminated essentially when you have detect magic active. It just seems like it glows with that aura.
All of the script, or like a particular
just a particular region, very specific set of script and region that describes a specific elder tree. Gives you the impression that it is empowered, or signaling somehow in some way that it is empowered, or signaling that it's doing something.
So, while the boys are all busy doing all that, Faith will grow kind of bored after a couple minutes. We'll look around, we'll see that Blue is not doing anything in particular. I mean, is she?
Nope, just kind of watching what everybody's doing.
Okay, then, so I'll walk up to you and be like, "Hey, mind if I ask you something?"
Nope, go for it.
I'm just trying to understand you better, since we're going to be apparently traveling together, doing stuff. So last night when we fought these 3 things, and before that when we fought the bird, I saw you shoot these fire streaks out of your hands. Kind of similar to what I can do, but yours was just a singular thing. You know what I'm talking about? And I was wondering how you do that. Are you a wizard of some sort, like my brother, or?
No, I'm just a rogue. I just learning a little bit of magic is kind of helpful with handling things creatively. We'll go with that.
Oh, so you can do other things as well?
Not a lot right now, but a little bit.
Oh, I would. You should show me sometime. I would love to. So wait, you just went and learned this like out of a book?
Yes.
Huh. Cool.
Think Sid can't hear that.
You're on the second floor
Yeah.
helping my nerd brother.
Yeah,
You're not.
it's a relief I can't hear that because that would upset Sid a bit.
So, where are you from? I don't think I ever asked you. We kind of spoke about it with the others, but
I've moved around a lot, so I guess I'd kind of say around the Republic. But I haven't really liked to stay in one place. I kind of like to just keep moving.
fair enough. Fair enough. And what did you used to do before this? Or have you been in the adventuring business?
Not for too long. Just like a month or two. I've done a couple of jobs before meeting up with you guys, but nothing too interesting. Definitely had a lot more fun with you guys so far.
I mean, you slept through half of it.
I know, so that really tells you how boring the other jobs were, weren't they?
Good point. Good point. Well, since we're camping here, would you like to do a sort of, I don't know what you call it, a perimeter sweep? Just sort of check the surroundings, see if there's any more of those tree things, and maybe we can gather up some wood for a fire, or I don't know, just be useful somehow, since I'm bored.
Since you're what?
I'm bored.
Bored. Yeah, no, I am all for that. I would prefer not to be surprised by the trees again.
Speaking of which, should we bring the horses inside? Would there be enough room? Maybe if we camp on the second floor, we can leave the horses on the first, just so they have protection. I don't know. What do you think?
I think that's a good idea, but yeah, do we have enough room?
Oh yeah, there is enough room. It'd be a little packed if everybody and all the horses are inside, but it's not like too crazy.
I like to imagine Faith's like I'm very happy that she's like taking this seriously and be like, you know, let's do a perimeter sweep. But I like to imagine her idea of a perimeter sweep is very much like a child's idea of like playing soldier or spy, and like putting her hand against her palm, like doing like finger gun, pressing up against the wall, like looking around.
I mean, I can shoot fire out of my hands. That's the thing.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't know. I continue. I'm sorry.
No, that's all cool. So I guess we'll do that. Yeah.
Change to the little spy finger gun whenever you cast.
I'm doing this now. But yeah, I guess we will just do a stroll around the tower while everyone else is doing their detection stuff, and then I guess it would be about the time when they actually start getting into it and start really doing the serious magical stuff that we fill the room with horses.
Yeah. Gotcha. All right. Alright, so Taz, go ahead and give me another survival check to see whether you can successfully assess the location of this elder tree that's doing something. And maybe wants to assist him. I would say that Ares, after now that you have detect magic and comprehend languages going, you could certainly do that. Or if there's anybody else, anybody can assist.
Do what? Sorry.
Assist the survival check that Taz is going to
With
make.
these spells up, and when Toss says that it's a map, am I following that logic? Like, is that making sense to me? To Aris?
Yes, your process is a bit slow, a lot slower. Obviously, he can just look around at the writing and get a much better idea of the bigger picture of what's happening in the room. For you, you're only seeing a small piece of it, but it tracks what you've seen so far.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems like
But
that
is
makes
it
sense.
is it obvious that Toss can't do this without knowing the language?
Are you're asking? Ask that again.
Is it obvious, like, as a saying that it's taking me a long time because I need to touch the writing to figure out what they say and then kind of put all of this together? I'm a bit lost, so that's why I'm asking, like, is it obvious that someone would need to know this language to do what Toss is trying to do?
Yeah, it is pretty obvious.
Okay. So it's I can easily say that he knows, or Toss knows to it.
Yeah, it seemed pretty obvious to you that Taz.
Alright, before I make this roll, I'm going to utter a quick prayer to the spirits and cast guidance. Because,
You never shouldn't.
a really effective guidance.
Also, just as an aside, if you take a toke off the halfling lead, it does give you a d4 to wisdom.
Yeah, but I didn't think about that.
It's fine. Alright, 16.
So 16, yeah.
Cool. Alright, so you piece it together, you pull out your map of the, or it would be 18 with Eris's help. Pull out your map of the region.
Can I help? Like the approaches are so different. Like, how would we even collaborate on this?
So, what
So
you
I
could
know,
probably
like,
be more
mechanically,
useful.
I'm just taking the help action, but like,
Yeah.
I fail to understand in character how we're working together.
So what you're trying to piece together is how the layout of the map that's only really being presented through script and writing that's etched on the ground is relating to the actual map of the region. Figure out the location of this elder tree that might be empowered or doing something weird. And so although you can't be very useful or quick with the writing on the ground, you can maybe be much more useful with trying to help correlate things to the map by communicating with Taz. Which is like
Can I help with
landmarks
cartographer's
or
tools here?
distances, or yeah, absolutely, yeah, 100% cartographer tools would.
So I think Sid is more likely helping Toss than Aris is.
Yeah.
Aris
fair
is
enough.
more like double checking the work that's being happening.
Gotcha.
Toss is translating from Druidic to English. I'm translating from English to map.
Gotcha. Yeah. Make
And
me.
Eris is rolling around on the floor like an extra in Cats.
Yeah, make me a navigator's tools check. I think
Uh,
I'd accept
cartographer's-
intelligence. Sorry, yeah, cartographer's. I'd accept either intelligence or wisdom for this.
I would much rather do wisdom. How do I roll this?
Okay, let me see here. It's like tied to the item how it does it. I wish it would prompt you when you make the roll.
I went to my proficiency for some reason. Oh yeah, it didn't prompt me, so I guess I'll manually. It wouldn't be -1, it would be +2, so that's a 14. Wait,
Right? Yeah.
why is it a +1?
It did -1 plus
Oh.
2. +2 for the proficiency.
Yeah,
And then -1 because it tried to use else.
so it would be a 15.
Okay. Yeah, 15. Yeah, you're good. That's very cartographer tools are. I looked on Paz's sheet to see if it had efficiency in cartographers or navigators tools, because that would be like spot on for this kind of thing.
I don't even have proficiency in survival.
Yeah, but you're just kind of you're good at you have a good sense of direction, and you have the right knowledge on very pertinent things such as very druidic. So between the two of you,
connection to nature.
yeah. So between the two of you, with help with your tools, you come to a quiet realization, and probably start to kind of like discuss more privately about things as you come to this realization that the empowered elder tree is pretty much exactly where you think that Leafbeard's home.
How do we speak quietly to each other?
Well, I don't know if that's possible with Sid, but
do we share a language? Do you speak Draconic or Dwarvish?
I speak Dwarvish.
Okay, we're speaking in Dwarvish, and we're hoping that Leafbeard doesn't know Dwarvish. And we're still speaking quietly anyway.
Leafbeard kind of seems to be off in his own world. He's I'm gonna roll a d3 to see what floor he's on. See if he's even on the same floor as you guys.
Actually, something
He's actually
happened
just on the
earlier.
third floor.
Something happened earlier that made me want to question something, but I thought that Sid didn't have a reason to question it. But now this revelation has come up, I want to question it, and that's when Bram said that he was really nice, and he had a sort of weird reaction. I want to know if that's guilt. Can I see if he feels guilty about that?
Yeah, you can roll a harder than usual a little bit because it's retrospective insight.
Okay.
You're not 100% sure, but you think it's possible. It was certainly ponderous and hesitant. You're not sure if it's like guilt over something like specific that Ram said, or if it might have like triggered a memory that he maybe had felt like guilt or hesitance about, and then his reaction was that. You definitely feel it's possible that he was.
I want to start like muttering to the rest of the party when they're in the room, when they happen to be in the room, and Leafbeard isn't. Like, I think Leafbeard's hiding something. Be aware.
Posthumous guilt. It's a posthumous insight. I love that.
Yeah.
I just want to start tipping off the rest of the party that he might be less than sincere.
Yeah, Leafbeard wanders enough, and you'd certainly find moments to discreetly let everybody in the party know that through the night.
Listen. Maybe you're right, and I'll say this when you talk to Bram about it, Bramir. He'd be like,
I don't want to believe it either, but the tree that we're looking for seems to be right on top of his house. And that's suspicious to me.
He might be allowing something to take place because he thinks it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, I understand that.
I don't think he's secretly evil or anything.
Of course not. I all I think is that he might be not giving us all the information.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind, but I don't want to go accusing somebody of something, especially after he's opened his home to us. He's been nothing but kind.
Right.
And why would he lead us here if he didn't?
Well, away from where the tree probably is.
Maybe. It's never a bad idea to have those kind of thoughts in the back of your head, but I'm going to treat him
Me too.
as though he's done nothing wrong until I've been proven otherwise.
Absolutely.
He deserves that much respect, at least.
I agree. Same
Okay.
boat.
Smile at that. Very glad that we're on the same. Bram's going to smile. Very
Mhm.
glad we're on the same page with that. And I guess if we're taking like a short rest after that reveal of the yes, I know. After the reveal of like everything, and while everyone else is doing their investigation, I don't think Bram has a thing that he needs doing at the moment, and everyone seems like they're busy doing their own thing. So he's gonna just set to making lunch, or I guess dinner at this point.
Yeah, so for now, after that hour short rest, whatever is worth of investigation to find out information, it does seem about right time to set up for the night and sleep off the night before deciding what to do the next day. But if there was some kind of action or further thing you guys wanted to do before we do another long rest, progress to the next morning, then so.
Yeah, during dinner. Let's see, let me roll.
All
Okay.
the horses are in there with us.
How about let's do this. If we're gonna do like some kind of thing over dinner, then let's go ahead and take that 5-minute break.
Okay.
I don't know who it is because it somebody had the token selected, so it had them speak as the token. But we'll take a 5-minute break, bathroom break, or whatever you need to take care of. I'll probably make some myself.
Awesome. See you in 5.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll do the same. I need tea.
Alright, stream. 5-minute break. I'll be back. I'll be back.
All right. Well, if we're digging the 5-minute break, I'm gonna set her up for lunch. But I'll be here if anybody wants to chat or talk or anything. She's getting a little grumpy. Anyone still here?
Yeah, what's up?
Man, like, I'm feeling like there's going to be a big moral dilemma on this one. Because, you know, just outside looking in, I want to play it in character, like, but I don't think I'm feeling like Treebeard might be the quote unquote antagonist of this arc.
I'm gonna be honest. I have some people over who have been coming in and out of my room, so I have not been able to pay the attention to the session that I would like to. So I'm actually I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, essentially we found out that Reliefbeard's been keeping up this temple. It's still on. And that whole tree network thing that was burned down. Hey, don't scream, I'm feeding you. The big main tree is right under Leafbeard's house.
Not the big main tree, the only tree still working. The
Oh,
big
yeah.
main tree was here and is gone.
Okay. So yeah, the big main tree was burned down by the Logic Masters.
The Great Elder Tree, and there is another Elder Tree, not a Great Elder Tree, but an Elder Tree at Leafbeard's house.
Yeah.
Yes, a younger elder tree.
Okay, cool.
And that he also felt a little guilty when Bramir called him like a really good person, and commented about how kind he's been to us. There was like some residential guilt going on.
But
And
if he's really the villain, Faith won't feel bad for stealing his drugs.
Perhaps.
She could even go back and get more drugs.
I just feel like this guy, like, putting the pieces together, I think this guy, if he's in charge of the ants that are attacking people, I think he's doing it out of desperation because he doesn't want the forest to get burned down. And not out of like malicious intent. And like that one comment was very, like, he made one comment that was very telling, where he said, well, you could always just leave it be and the problem will resolve itself. And like that kind of stuck out to me, where he's being very, very helpful, but also he's outwardly being very helpful, but also kind of keeping his cards close to his chest. And as Sid mentioned, led us away from his house rather quickly. So. Good. Yummy sweet potatoes.
I love sweet potatoes.
So does she.
So good.
Mm-hmm.
I get spicy sweet potato fries at this Jamaican place like every year on my birthday.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
They're delicious.
I don't know the health benefits or if they're better for you or worse for you, but every time a place has sweet potato fries versus normal fries, I always get the sweet potato fries.
Yeah, me too. I don't know the health benefits. They're both starch, so can't be that good either way.
No. But if you're committed to eating, my view is like, if I'm already committed to eating a burger, I'm just gonna go ahead and enjoy it. Like it's it's not an everyday thing. Don't scream at me. No, ma'am. But
and talking about health in diets, people fail to take into account mental health, which sweet potatoes are definitely good for.
Oh yeah. That's how I look at food. It's
Yeah.
you're trading
Gotta balance.
physical
You gotta
health for
balance
mental
the
health.
balance. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always believed that like just not having the things is not a good idea. You should be allowed to have, if you want to eat greasy pizza and starchy pasta, go for it, and fried potatoes and stuff. Just don't make it your everyday.
Right. Eating
It's a
anything every
treat.
day isn't great.
Plus, all that stuff really, it's all about quantity. You
Yep.
you could eat it at the right quantities, and yeah. I remember reading this thing about that. Some guy who ate nothing but like McDonald's for a month. He just counted calories to make sure never went over daily limit, and he was perfectly healthy. Or it was more than a month. It was like a few months or something. Didn't gain any weight. Of course, I think he was eating like kids' meals, basically.
It's not even so much about quantity every day. It's about like how often you eat. Because your body can't burn fat while it's eating. So if you go long enough without eating, you just burn fat. If you like cut down to one meal a day and just eat triple the amount in that one meal, it's a lot healthier. That's why monks and stuff do go through fasting. And why sumo wrestlers have like 60 meals a day.
Yeah, you're talking about like intermediate fasting.
Yeah.
That's a strategy some people use. Some like there's debate on it, but
Yeah, it's just more convenient for me. I just don't like eating 3 times a day. It takes a lot of time.
And you're also cooking 3 times a day then.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to cook for breakfast necessarily. But yeah, I can like eat huge portions and not put on weight, which is really nice.
All right. Is anybody missing? The only people I haven't heard anything out of in a while are Jonathan, Maddie, and
I'm here.
Cool.
I'm here.
Tony. All right, wait on Tony.
Man, I'll tell you, I did not realize how many baby wipes I was going to go through. Like, I was prepared for the diapers, and I was like, okay, yeah, like a baby wipe or two every time I need to change her. Stop screaming. You're fine. I know you're tired. But yeah, I go through like mealtime, we go through several baby wipes. Just her hands getting dirty from crawling around, even though I sweep and mop and stuff. Just virtue of having pets.
Mm.
Constantly going through these things.
Hey, I'm back.
Hey.
That was more than 5 minutes.
That's fine.
Apologies.
Oh, good. All right, so we'll get on with what we were setting up, which is basically over dinner. And yeah, I think someone was going to talk to someone or something.
Yeah, I wanted to do one little bit of housekeeping. Like, as we're eating dinner, Bram will make something pretty simple, just like a bunch of steamed rice, and then like kind of throw everything together, dirty rice style, with his like a bunch of veggies and onions and different beans and stuff. Just very like a hearty meal, but very simple.
College food.
Yeah, and as he throws in like different spices and stuff, but towards the end he will make up a little extra portion for like a little like sweet, like a honey and cinnamon little tortilla dish, and hands them over to Faith. Like hands them over to the siblings, Faith and Aries, and as you bite down, it's just like a nice little sweet dish at the end of the spicy thing, and you guys gain an extra 2 HP. Temporary HP.
That will come in handy if we get attacked during the night. That's nice. But yeah, I'll bite down on that. And just sort of do the approving nod as I'm chewing and look to you, Bram, and say, "That's really good, Bram." Pardon me. That's really good, Bram.
You're welcome. I'm glad you guys enjoy it.
Where did you learn to cook like that?
My dad taught me.
Huh. That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think my dad ever taught me anything.
Really?
I mean, I guess he taught me some stuff just by, being there as an example, I guess. But he didn't actively try to teach me stuff. We always had like people for that, like tutors, and then, other people.
Yeah, my family was a little more close knit. We kind of we didn't have a stationary home per se. We just kind of were constantly traveling, going from place to place. So learning how to cook on the road was essential, if not for health, like general health, for your mental health, well-being. You can't just survive on. You can't live off hardtack alone. You can certainly survive on it, but I wouldn't call it living. But yeah, it was, everyone kind of just pitched in on stuff, and it was, I was very fortunate. I realized not everyone had the same upbringing as I did, but I was real lucky growing up.
Are you sure you're the real D&D character? No, just kidding.
A stable home life, yeah. No tragic daddy issues.
But no, that's really awesome. That's very tasty. We're lucky to have you. Would you be offended if I gave some to the horse?
To the horse? No, I mean, let me think. I don't think honey would hurt horses. Maybe not the spicy stuff, or like maybe not the seasoned rice. Actually, and I'll look over to Consul Single. I'm like, horses, like they can eat, like they're pretty omnivorous, right? They just kind of eat whatever.
Yes, horses are well known for tracking down and killing prey.
Well, I mean,
I think they're pretty much herbivores.
But yes, honey doesn't hurt.
I actually don't know if they can eat meat.
Horses.
Horses do not track down and eat prey, but they're kind of like deer, where they generally will eat foliage and grass and vegetables and stuff. But if there is something down there, they will just eat it. They just eat.
Oh, all right then. They shall just eat.
And they die of indigestion.
So should we do watches again? After last night, I think it might be smart to.
For sure.
Yeah. Do you guys want me to take first watch because I have a more difficult time waking up?
I should have first watch because I have a difficult time not falling asleep past my bedtime.
You could take the first watch together, and then we'll figure it out from then.
Yeah, sure. Take watches in pairs. That sounds good.
Low-key, Fate just wants to get all her sleep out of the way before Bram goes to bed.
Funny. Oh, I love it. But yeah, Bram will definitely nod to that. Hold on, I'm so sorry. She's getting fussy. I'm gonna lay her down real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, if we're preparing to sleep, Fate will just pick a spot in the tower. Is Leafbeard still with us, or did he go back to his home for the night?
He would stay with you for the night.
All right.
We're definitely pairing up then. One person to keep watch for outside threats and one person to keep watch on Leafbeard.
Okay.
Well, I don't know anything about that, so I will pick a spot that's next to him because
No,
it said
I
that-
made sure to tell everyone. I don't see why I
you
wouldn't have
did?
gotten around to you.
All right,
Yeah.
I'm back.
Aros will be awake the second half of the night.
No, Bram's super stoked to have a buddy to hang out with, and
Yeah.
while watch is going down.
And you'll help stop Sid from falling asleep too early.
Mm-hmm. So, just role playing it out a little bit. We don't have to do it every single time, but during the first watch, I think Bram will, like, as things are settling down, he'll ask for your help to like clean up from dinner. Then he'll take off. Yeah, then he'll like take off his chainmail for a minute, rub it down with oils to keep it clean. Keep his hands clean, forearms clean. Then check on his axes, just doing basic maintenance as he makes like idle chit chat, asking you about like, so growing up and you went to like an academy, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was that like?
Busy lifestyle. It's just a lot of work, you know.
I never went to school. But I understand being busy all the time. That constantly doing stuff.
I think it's a different kind of busy. Like there's manual labor, which is physically exhausting, and then there's the mentally exhausting kind. It's more like when you maintain it for day after day, it gets on top of you, you know?
Felt kind of burnt out.
Mm-hmm.
Is that why you took up adventuring? Just to have a break?
Well, not exactly, no. I'm not going back to that life. It's not a break. It's an eternal thing.
I feel you.
I just don't think I was cut out for it.
Goes quiet for a minute. Sort of gives you like a very understanding nod. I can appreciate that. It's for me. It was hard giving up a comfortable lifestyle, but it just, and I enjoyed it. It wasn't anything. There wasn't any like thing tragic or devastating that made me change my mind. It was just a feeling of
boredom,
discontentment, I should say. Like,
yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you there.
Yeah. I needed to go out and do my own thing.
Exactly, finding your own way rather than following another's. You may be more alike than I suspected.
I feel like a lot of people have more in common than they first think. Everyone's got their own different upbringings and past, and we all look at things differently, but at the core of it, we have a lot more in common than we like to admit.
I don't know why people are so afraid of having things in common.
I don't know. It's a deep question.
I like it. I feel more familiar here than I did at the academy.
One thing, and let us meet some really cool people.
Exactly, and a wider variety of different types of people.
I'm glad I met you.
I'm glad I met you.
Big
And I'm
smile.
glad we're in a team together. Could have been anyone.
Could have
but
been.
It was you.
Oh.
I'm not supposed to believe in fate, but sometimes I think, what are the chances?
I think there's when it comes to faith or fate, I should say, it's a mix. Fate is kind of like a big river. It bends and twists. And while you might have started down a certain path, your choices still matter.
I'd like to think so. I just think threads are pulled in a certain direction.
I think that's a comforting thought.
It's definitely helped me.
And I think they stay up kind of chatting for a while. I don't want to pull from everybody else too much. So we just stay up chatting, talking about different things.
Right.
So wait, whose turn was it going to be next? Did we ever establish that? He asks. Bram asks.
I don't believe we did, but we shouldn't interrupt the elves from their trance. It should be someone else next. How long is our post meant to be? 3 hours ish.
If you're doing the 2-man posts, then yeah, 3 hours. About well, yeah.
I guess we can
alright.
do 2 hours each, and then the elves can do the rest. So yeah, we'll wake Toast and Sengo and Blue up next.
All right. Unless anybody else wanted to do talks or interactions, then we'll go to the next morning. You guys all wake up. You
There was one thing I wanted to do. I'm not sure if we're doing this before, like the watches, or during the watch that Faith and Eris are keeping together. But there's one thing I want to ask, turning out of character. Like I've been imagining these, like sessions between Eris and Faith to kind of, help her channel her, magic, the power of abstract, kind of, so as to, kind of manage the flow of it and whatever. How does Faith seem receptive to these sessions? Like before we came on this quest, and what's her cadence now? Does she find it useful in all of that?
Yeah, I imagine that they didn't do any of that for the last week or so, since we've been surrounded by other people and we had separate rooms to sleep in and didn't get that much time together in the evenings. But before that, when it was just the two of them, they were definitely doing that, and she was semi interested in that. I mean, she probably wasn't the most enthusiastic student in the world, but she was there for it, and she was patient enough to sit through it and participate.
Okay, so sometime, and we kind of discussed this last night as well, that the lessons will resume after what happened from the ambush last night. So I think this is before we go to sleep, but Eris will kind of reach Faith and ask and just say that it's, and I'm not sure what terminology we used it, right, to lesson, studies, research, or whatever we call it, but it's time for that.
I guess we should do it during the watch, because we'll have 4 hours while everyone else is sleeping, so might as well.
And you'll also get that sleep in before the snoring begins.
Yeah. Okay. Eris will actually lead you outside the tower in case anyone is still awake or wakes up. He doesn't want the conversation to be overheard. So where we can see like the entrance to the tower, but we're not there. Inside.
Right.
He'll toss you like a piece of leather. Assuming you catch it, it's like extremely well prepared, well cured. And he will ask, "What is that?"
It's leather.
And what's the difference between that and this? And he kind of pulls out the leather armor he's wearing.
Is that a trick question? I mean, one's just a piece of leather and the other one is item made of leather.
Okay, and what's the difference between what you're holding, what I'm wearing, and this? And he kind of flicks you like gently on the shoulder and the magic armor kind of reverberates like a little bit, like sending off like a little bit of blue sparks.
I honestly have no idea. We were in that fight last night, and that thing managed to stab me with its claw just fine through the enchantment that you did. So I don't know. You tell
You
me.
didn't have the enchantment last night.
You did.
Okay,
Didn't
I
I?
cast it. Oh, I cast it in the first round, I think. No, you got hit before though.
No, you did. There was definitely mage armor on.
No, there wasn't, because I said that we didn't cast it because of the tension.
Oh,
That's
okay.
fair. That's fair.
I cast it after she got hit.
Then my bad. But she will still say that she has no idea.
Okay. And I also say there is no difference. It's the same. It's the same power. It's the same power which lies in you that you used to channel into your magic. Power, eternal, whatever you may call it. It's all the same. Here, give it to me.
I'll hand you the piece of leather back.
He'll kind of grip it in his palm and with his other hand reach out and will slowly begin to pull small pieces of blue energy which is visible, and it will kind of start to form like a leather armor glove around his left hand. It's the same, it's in a different form. And then as you look back, in his other hand, the piece of leather is gone. And with time, you won't even need this. And then he'll kind of break into, a longer half-hour lecture of, how to cast the mage armor spell, which I can't do. But then, assuming you don't punch him in that half an hour,
I will interrupt at some point.
Mhm.
And say, can you give me that history lesson you mentioned the other day instead? Tell me about the sorceress.
As you kind of mentioned that, his gaze flicks over towards the to the entrance of the tower, and he
Disregards
says,
that, just keeps talking. Says, I've heard stories. I have read stories, but they mostly say what Bram mentioned before. Flying people who breathe fire and stuff. That's obviously not true, so
Eros will kind of acknowledge that request, and will say, that's a fair ask. It will take some time, however, longer than we have now. Let's keep that in mind for when we're back in town and have some time. Would that be okay?
I'm still mad at you.
Eros nods.
I know.
Right, you were saying about the leather. And I assume we'll get back into the lecture.
Mhm. And it takes Eros like a couple of seconds, like about 10 seconds, to kind of remember where they left off. And for sure, it doesn't take Eros that long to remember. He's probably thinking about something. But then the lecture resumes. And then at the end of it, he'll toss you the piece of leather again and say, it'll take time, but it'll come to you. In the meantime, I'll take care of the watch and all, but I want you to practice. Try taking that and create an armor around Nelly.
What? Sorry.
It'll take time, but it'll come to you. In the meantime, I'll take care of the watch while you try and create this armor around Nelly.
Who's Nelly?
Oh, right. Promise not to freak out or hurt it. And he kind of extends a hand in your direction, and one of the pockets in Eris's leather armor breast pocket pops open, and there pokes out like a small golden lizard head, which kind of then climbs out the pocket all the way up to his shoulder and down his arm to the flat of his palm, where he holds out like a small golden lizard, which looks something like this.
Have a pet? How did you? How could you never tell me? What? I will reach forward to take it in my hand.
I was hoping it was a leopard gecko.
Yes, her name is Elizabeth, Al, Liz, Nelly. You can call her anything.
Liz, like lizard. I get it. Oh, she's adorable.
Eris nods. And then, he kind of sighs, and you can tell that this has been on his mind, and he'll kind of, crouch down, and he'll say, yeah, practice on that. There was one more thing, Nira.
Yes?
What happened yesterday? We talked about keeping your paws on the low. We discussed you staying safe, staying in the back.
Her smile just fades away. What do you mean? You told me to go all out. That's what you said.
When we were fighting the big bird. Not yesterday during the ambush. 4 people saw you roast 6 druid constructs like nothing. If any of them have a single brain cell between them, they'll put it together that no bard can do that.
Well, I have some good news for you.
Sure. Well, they had already seen me do it before. What's the difference? And besides, they can do that stuff as well. How's that any different? Like, blue, she can shoot fire out of her hands, just like me.
You know what they were saying after it happened. And he'll kind of, mimic Sid to the best of his ability. The high pitch excited that, you kicked some serious ass. And then he returns back to his voice and says, that's what Sid will tell back in the tavern. And there are logic masters back in the tavern. When they hear of the story, what will they think? It won't take long for them to figure out that wasn't the doing of a bard.
Listen, they had surrounded you. There were 4 of them around you. You could have been dead right now if I hadn't done this. And I don't mean to say... I'm not looking to... I'm just saying I had to act, and I did.
I know,
It
and I
worked out.
appreciate I am perhaps alive because that happened, but I just want you to think about it. Maybe take down 2, 3 next to me. What about the 2 other ones? I know it's hard to pull back.
You do?
But there's more at stake.
Well, I think it's, too late now to do anything about it.
I
They
know,
saw what they
this
saw.
is-
They won't just forget it, but I guess I could talk to them and
No, not at all. They're talking about what will just bring things up more. Just leave it as it is. And I know it was a hard thing last night. You did the best, but I almost didn't bring this up, but I just want you to think more about, keeping things hidden from everyone else.
Sure.
Okay, anyways.
Maybe we should have gone to work at a farm or something, not become adventurous.
Yeah. Could have, I guess. Anyways. You should go back and keep Nally safe, okay?
Right. And she's not being, as pouty as she was before, but any semblance of a good mood that she had, especially when she saw the lizard, is now gone.
I know. That's why I almost didn't bring it up. Didn't want to spoil the good mood, but that conversation had to happen, according to Travis.
Okay, I will go back to the tower and I will do my best to try and cast Mage Armor on the lizard, which I assume will not work because I don't have that spell. But regardless, I will spend the time to quote unquote practice.
Alright. Alright. We'll move on. So, next morning comes around. Everybody knows that maybe Leafbeard has something he's hiding, maybe. And is the plan just to go back to Leafbeard's house? Or is there something?
I think after a good morning breakfast, Bram will bring it up. Considering Sid's words from the last night, he'll say, "Well, I don't know how much more we can glean from this area. Kind of found some information that's good. Leafbeard, we can escort you home if you'd like."
Whatever you'd wish. I'm very comfortable around these woods. I know my way. You have other things to be doing?
We're sort of just poking around the dark anyway.
Okay then.
So yeah, there is truth to the fact that he's just like, yeah, I want to escort you home again, because treating him as if he's completely innocent until we have definitive proof otherwise. Full trust in people. But knowing that his house is underneath one of those big trees, he wants to go check that out. And is
how precise would my mapping have been? Like, do I know exactly where the tree is? Or is it like 100 square feet rounded, like around abouts where it is?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Like how precise is my estimation of where the tree is located? Because I know you said it was basically right on top of.
Pretty
Cuba's house,
precise.
but is that literal, or is it like within?
I mean, like
50
not
or
like
100 square feet.
It's not precise enough that you're like it has to be in his home, but like
Right. So
we'll-
just
we'll
around
call
that
it,
general
like-
area.
Yeah, we'll call it like less than half a mile radius in that
I
area.
see.
And that's like the only significant, It's just too much of a coincidence. You're like, oh, it must be something to do with where he lives.
Okay. That's fine then. We'll just say we're going in that direction anyway.
All right. You travel back there. Incident.
This guy
And-
doesn't have a horse, right?
No, he just walks alongside you. You guys have to change the pace that your horses are going at.
We'll probably just walk and
Yeah.
lead our horses.
Yep, that works too. Yeah, eventually you guys make it back
Yeah.
to his home.
Yeah, and we don't have to role play it, but just for mental whatever. Along the way, Bram does want to just talk to Treebeard. Just ask, like, nothing serious, just asking him about like the different foliage around, the different plant life. Like if there's this particularly pretty bird. Like not again, we don't have to role play, just getting to know him a little bit more and getting to know the land.
Yeah.
And just taking an interest in his common hobbies.
Yeah. He's very knowledgeable about a lot of things nature-wise. So he seems pretty fine, pretty happy to engage. Just let's see you guys here. Yeah, eventually you guys make it back to his home. It nothing about it's really changed.
I don't think we'll hang around long. We'll say we want to look around.
Oh, okay. Yes. Thank you for the escort.
No worries.
Welcome anytime,
Thank
of
you
course.
for the tea.
Of course. I wasn't even the one who made it.
You're the one who provided it, and that's what matters.
All right. Well, I'll be seeing you then.
And he goes in his home.
Right. A wave. Lightly.
Before you go, I did have one more question. I've been asking you around about the different trees and the plant life, and you seem to know a lot. You've told us you've lived here a long time.
Yes.
That when we were at the tower, we heard the story of the big network, the Grand Elder Tree. And while we were poking around and doing our investigation, it came up that one of the branches of that, one of the elder trees, not the biggest one, but just one of them, was around your house in this area.
Oh. Well, yes, this tree right here.
Does he just like point to it? It's right there in the garden.
Yeah, I mean, he just like walks up and pats the trunk.
It just looks like an ordinary tree. Wouldn't recognize it as a magic thing unless he pointed it out.
Now that he points it out, there is something about it. It's like
Okay.
you look at it and there's just something about it that seems especially vibrant, and it is probably, at least in the general area, the largest or most healthy looking tree.
So I think when he just openly admits that, like, yeah, this is one of the trees right here, that kind of puts Brim's mind at ease. Like, oh, he's not like hiding that information. Like, in his head, he was thinking like, well, if he was quote unquote a bad guy, he wouldn't want us to know that. So
I'm still more concerned about the whole guilt thing.
yeah. So do you think maybe, okay, you've been around here a lot. Nobody's been threatening this tree, have they?
Threatening it? No. I don't get many visitors. Hard just to find this place.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I was just wondering why if the Ents maybe didn't come around here because of the Elder Tree, or, you know, they also didn't bother us the entire time we were with you. So I guess your theory of them knowing you're one of the good guys is correct.
Could be.
Sorry, I have a
could just
habit
be
of
lucky,
talking out
of
loud.
course.
Hmm?
He says it could be, but we could just be lucky.
Well, I have a habit of just thinking out loud, and I'm just trying to put pieces together in my head.
Sure.
No. Again, thank you for being so kind to us, and I wish you the best.
Yes, likewise.
All right, guys.
Shake his hand vigorously before leaving.
So, what's the plan here, guys? What do we do next?
I want to study this tree for a bit. Maybe draw it.
Yeah, it is a nice tree. Be good. Drawn.
I know I can't glean anything from it, but I feel like either Eris or Tosan Sengal would, but I wouldn't know that Tosan Sengal would. So there's a bit of conflict here in my brain.
Sleepbeard takes
I think
the chance
Sid
and
would just
goes back to his own.
Yeah.
Sid would just get Eris's help. See if we can pull any information from the tree together.
Do we manage to locate it?
Yeah, he pointed it out.
Oh, sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, he straight up told us where it was.
Is the how would I be able to pluck a leaf if I wanted to?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, I'll wait for Leafbeard to go inside, just in case. I do.
Gotcha.
I'll just get a leaf and put it in my pocket as a keepsake.
All right. You guys, as you're doing this, it seems pretty obvious to pretty much all of you that Leafbeard has left the store cracked open just a little bit, and once in a while you can catch him glimpsing out of the door, keeping an eye on what's going on outside. He thinks he's being clever and stealthy, but it's here, I'll just reveal his result.
Okay.
So yes, it is quite obvious.
So if I
really
see
funny.
looking at me, I won't take the leaf then. Well, I'll try to do it stealthily. Or maybe I'll find one on the ground. Not important.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
it's probably some, right?
it is a natural tree, so there are, you know, it's even though it looks very healthy and like it's doing very well, you know, there's like leaves and branches and whatever natural refuse.
Oh, there's leaves, there's birds.
It does have some pretty orange flower blossoms.
So what now?
Aros is sitting down cross-legged, holding a mirror over his left shoulder blade as he traces the pattern to the detect magic ritual.
Okay. That's the kind of thing I was looking for. That's what I would be doing right now if I was a caster. I'm channeling my caster wishes through you.
I'll have a look around and just check for any weird like footprints or any signs of any weird activity around, I guess. Anything out of the ordinary.
Sure. Survival.
I'll give you a hand with that.
If you're doing like, you can do perception or survival. Survival is kind of more like a, you know, like tracking, looking at the nature and how it's been effective or affected, and perception is just more just outright looking for anything.
I think it would be perception. I'm not a tracker.
Okay. Well, sorry. Go ahead.
If you're giving me advantage, then I'll go with advantage.
No. I was gonna say, if you're like looking just around, there is something specific Bram wanted to look for.
Up there. So
yeah,
you do your own roll.
Yeah, he was gonna like try and. So we know, like, we heard that these ants will re-manifest around the tree, or the spirit will re-manifest around this tree a day later, and it's been about a day. So he's gonna look for, like you said, that this place hasn't been disturbed that much, but he's gonna look around for signs of that, footprints and the like. So, like, just trying to track some stuff.
You try to look for signs of anything, but you never actually fought or like personally saw them. So you're kind of shooting in the dark as far as trying to find signs of them. But yeah, Faith, you look around and There's not. You don't really find anything too. Actually, okay. You do see over here on the ground is a small patch marked by a scorch. Like something had burned that patch. And roll me a, we'll call it a nature.
Oh wow.
You look at the scorched patch and you look at just the way it looks on the ground and the sort of like the way some of the scorches have left like a zipping, zigzagging pattern across the ground, and you believe it's evidence of a lightning strike.
That's peculiar, I say out loud.
And furthermore, you notice that there's another, what you thought was just one scorch mark. As you're looking at it, you think it's actually two, as if lightning had struck the same general area twice.
Like there's a joke here somewhere, but that's interesting, and I'll point it out to the others. They say that lightning doesn't strike the same tree twice, but apparently it does strike the same general area next to trees. Twice.
Is that like the source of the magic? Like, is that what brings them to life? Is it like a side effect?
I will say the scorch marks are not like at or especially close to or in any way connected to the elder tree itself. Like more to the side. It's not even really touching. It doesn't look like it struck a tree at all. It just struck the open ground right there.
Yeah, right. That's what I said.
Just making sure it was.
Huh. I can't make heads or tails of that.
Can I, thinking back, were there any storms that I remember over the last week or so?
No. Not any, especially not any thunderstorms. There might have been like a light drizzle at one point, but yeah.
Hey, Toss, do you think you can find any tracks that don't belong to us or Leafbeard?
Possibly. I am not the best tracker. I say as I mutter a quick prayer to the spirits for guidance.
Might just make you the best tracker of all of us.
Yeah, I'm only asking Toss because you did the tracking in the last quest. So Sid now associates you with tracking.
Alright, go ahead.
Did my guidance go through?
It's fine. You don't have to ping it. But, or I guess you're pinging it for the roll. It did not go through for me.
I didn't see it.
That's because I had to refresh the thing, because it gave me a black screen and it's giving me a black map again. But if I don't reopen my character sheet when I do that, it doesn't do anything.
All right, 16 with the guidance. You look on the ground and you do find some a set of footprints. They're very faded, and you think you would have not noticed them, except you think whoever was wearing these whatever they were wearing, whatever kind of it looks like a boot probably, but you start to think that it might have been a greave of some kind, because the at least the toes of the footprint are like especially sunk into the earth, as if either they were wearing like a metal greave or maybe a steel-toed boot.
That's
And
not even what I expected.
the prints
Yeah.
start here where the lightning struck, and seem to have like a clear path that goes out towards the home or the tree, kind of in this direction. But you quickly lose sight as what Leafbeard's tracks and just general disturbance kind of muddles the evidence.
Okay, I'll point them out to everybody.
Now the bodies weren't wearing anything, right? Like the
No.
Right. They weren't actually skeletons, they were just described as such. So yeah, this is something new.
Just for his own sake, paranoid. So he's fully expecting not to find anything, but he's gonna like reach over to his shield, kind of clutch his symbol, and think for a minute.
What symbol?
Hold on, and then he's gonna mutter a quick prayer as well as he bends down with his other hand, kind of touching the ground, and he's gonna cast Divine Sense. Okay. So just any fiends, fae, or celestials around.
You get get a sense of fae from the tree. However, there's something off about it to you. It's not right. It doesn't feel pure. You're not sure exactly what it is. It's just what your intuition's telling you, your divine sense. Other than that, nothing else granted by your divine sense. Aries, we'll say about around this time you finish. Probably would have it a little bit beforehand, but you finish your detect magic. This tree just radiates conjuration magic. And you can tell there's a point in the middle, center in the middle of the trunk of the tree that is just like a beacon of conjuration magic, the source of it for the tree, you imagine. And however, there's also a thin veil on this source of the conjuration magic of abjuration. Other than that, with your detect magic, you do see faint. Hold on, let me figure out what kind of magic this would be. Where there was the lightning strike here, you would see it's very faint. It's just like trace amounts, but it's enough to give you a little bit of an aura of conjuration magic right where the lightning strike is. Well,
Wait, there's conjuration of the lightning strike, not evocation.
Correct.
I think
That
cool
seems-
lightning and stuff is conjuration for some reason.
Is it? Okay.
I think I remember something. I might be thinking of a different game.
Hey guys,
Uh-huh.
there's some weird
like some weird fey magic going on around that tree, which I guess is just the Ents.
A magic.
Yeah, like nature magic.
I thought Fae were just a fairy tale. Like children's tale.
Well, I mean, fairy tales come from something, right? There's debate. Like, they could just be nature spirits. They could be something from another realm.
I guess. I just always assumed they came from someone's imagination.
Not to be dismissive of that, but you know, your brother can come in shadow swords, and you know, Blue can shoot fire from her hand. Like, when magic's on the table, a lot of things are possible.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just surprised by it. That's all.
Oh, that's fair. But yeah, there's like, it feels wrong, like sick almost.
Like in a spiritual sense?
Just distorted. Yeah.
Fey magic seems wrong to you.
No, it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. The Fey magic in general does not feel wrong, but this magic specifically feels wrong. That's why it's noteworthy. Like, if I just felt like a general Fey presence around an elder tree, that wouldn't really raise my eyebrow. Because I'm like, oh, yeah, elder tree. Force magic. Makes sense. But it feels wrong. And that's why I'm bringing it up.
Do you think it's just because it's sick? Do you think it's been made to be, you know, quote unquote ill by the overhunting and such?
That's it.
Or do you think it's something more sinister?
Too early to tell.
Mm-hmm.
As I look back to the tree, does conjuration and abjuration make sense? Like, abjuration typically is like protective magic. And there's like a thin veil of it, or like a thin vein of it over the source. Would that make sense to what Bram is saying? But then abjuration isn't, you know, something which would corrupt. That was for you, Ben.
Sorry. One more time. I think I'm lagging out. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're good.
Okay. I only caught the very first words of what you said, Leo.
So, going off of what Bram said, that there's something corrupting this, I look back and I see the core of the tree, which is conjuration, with like a thin vein of abjuration over it. Does that, you know, different kind of magic would explain the corruption, but then abjuration is supposed to be protective magic. So that doesn't make sense. So could that abjuration magic be responsible for what Bram is saying?
That's not really an answer I'm gonna give.
Okay. So there's something that I'd like to do. As you know, Bram kind of talks about this. I want to kind of, you know, look down towards my, you know, left arm and begin tracing the pattern over there, and channeling the power of logic. I want to extend the magic magical protection spell to the tree. And whereas the spell typically protects something from Fae, Eris wants to kind of, reverse it and keep the Fae in. And, working backwards rather than keeping things out, he wants to keep things in and things which aren't Fae out. So if there's any sort of, corruption, if possible, to kind of, take it out. I know the spell wouldn't be able to do that, but if I get like a sense of if it's working with the right spells, I could do it. But Eris is doing it as an experiment to see if he's on the right track.
All right. Roll me an Arcana to try to manipulate the spell to do what you're saying you wanted it to do. All right. Okay, let me think about this.
Eris, no, don't burn down the tree.
Why would you do that?
Oh, I accidentally read the wrong spell. That's a fireball.
So all right. So you touch the tree and try to essentially, if I understood right, you're basically trying to protect the Fey magic from any other kind of magic. Rather than, you're essentially trying to manipulate the spell to do that kind of effect. You're trying your best to get a feel for what Fey magic even is. When people talk about Fey magic, since the Feywild and all that, it's kind of like theoretical, unproven stuff. It's more of a label that people give to a wide variety of magic. People will call any number of magics Fey magic if it just seems like it's a appropriate tag for it. So mechanically, of course, Fey magic means something. But as a character, when you think of Fey magic and when you try to pinpoint what Fey magic is, you're kind of shooting in the dark. You're just putting a label to something that doesn't really have any true logical meaning to someone like you. And so as you're trying to feel out to latch on to whatever you're trying to interpret as Fey magic and then protect the tree from anything that isn't that magic, you latch on to something that's familiar, like, okay, this feels right. And you try to, in your attempt to manipulate the spell to do something different, you actually just do exactly what the spell is designed to do anyways. And you actually protect the tree. What you thought was Fey magic was not Fey magic. It was just what you're used to, what seemed familiar to you, what seemed right to you. Just some source of Aether, actually. Just but you didn't really know that that's what it was. So instead you protect the tree from Fey magic, thinking that you're protecting it from not Fey magic. And basically how this happens is the bark of the tree begins to split open, and a stone, just a smoothed emerald, begins to emerge as the bark splits open. And you recognize this with your detect magic still up, unless I wouldn't be still up after this. But from the location that it comes from, you recognize that this was the source of the conjuration magic, and also the object that probably had that covering of abjuration magic on it as well. And this ends up being kind of the target of your spell. And you realize that by casting your spell on it, the rest of the tree has essentially rejected it from itself. And you it's not the magic is not powerful enough to kill the tree entirely, but the tree is like in conflict with itself in a way. And you're if it all seems a bit confusing, that's 100% appropriate, because you're probably not very sure exactly what you did and what's happening either. But yeah, the tree essentially regurgitates this stone outside of itself, and yeah.
As I imagine it's at the point where I'm touching the tree. Do I recognize as I touch the shard or whatever? Do I recognize it to be like, is the correct word esperite or aether or whatever?
Yeah, esperite. It's not an aether shard, but it is esperite, and it is cut like an aether shard would be, but it is not enchanted and modified in the way that an aether shard would be.
You say it's cut?
Yep, cut into
Like man modified?
Yes.
Okay. That's concerning.
Is it like completely out? Am I able to just pull it away from the tree?
No, it's not completely out. It's it seems like it's embedded halfway in the bark still. Leafbeard immediately bursts out of the door where everybody knew he was lurking. Says, "What are you doing?"
Sid joins in on this. Yeah, like, what are you doing? What is this?
Does Eris know what he did?
You know, you kind of know you screwed up something. You know that in your attempt to just reach in the dark for what you thought was Fey magic, you instead, by instinct, latched on to what felt natural, which was just some kind of source of aether. And that things have gone bad now. You know you fucked up somehow.
So how do I unfuck up? Like,
well,
this is like too magical. Like, I'm feeling lost. Like,
the spell is a concentration spell. You know that you can break concentration, and the magic that you're channeling would stop. What would happen when you did that? You're not, you can maybe try to deduce based on what I've already told you, but beyond that, you're not sure.
Yeah, I think I immediately. How is the tree looking like the rest of it as this thing is coming out, Deshaun?
I mean, because the trunk essentially split open to regurgitate the stone towards you, or to just, not towards you really, just regurgitate the stone out of it. The whole tree's kind of like contorted and twisted. It doesn't look like it's dying yet. Everything with trees happens slowly, of course, but it doesn't look good. It's definitely lost that kind of vibrance, that super healthy, vibrant look that it had before. That might just be because the tree is splitting itself open.
All right, I think I drop concentration on the spell immediately.
Okay. After you do so, the tree, not as quickly or violently as it did when all this happened, but it does slowly mend itself back up, and the stone kind of sinks back into the trunk. And after maybe 15-20 seconds, it looks exactly like it did before. Leafbeard just kind of walks up to it a little bit shocked, aghast at what has happened. Whatever you did, don't do that ever again.
I think Eris doesn't have any sort of explanation except saying, I rolled in Act 1.
And just putting a hand on Eris' shoulder, squeezing, and gently, just very strong, man, just gently leading him to take a step back away from the tree. It's okay, buddy. You did your best.
Shortly after, there is a you see on the surface of the bark the bark contorts into the shape of 4 faces, and then these bark faces detach from the tree and float up here and coalesce, and as they do so, various debris, branches, wood, all that stuff, like I described with the other ends, coalesces into a large hulking shape with the 4 faces attached.
Way to go, Eris. Leave the magic to Faith next time.
How long does that tea last? Through the night, I imagine.
Not this long.
What just happened? I kind of playfully push Sid with my hand as he says this, but you can very clearly see that I enjoyed his remark.
Nice.
I think I pulled the wrong string. Kind of looking up to the thing which materialized. Is it like just a clearly bigger looking thing that we fought last night?
It looks, the way it presents itself, the makeup of its shape, its body, with the bark and all that, is yes, very reminiscent of that. But looking at its faces that culminate into its head, there's definitely something, a gleam. You get the sense of like intelligence within it, more so than those other ents you fought were kind of mindless in their own way. This thing seems more present. Whether it's like, you know, super intelligent or whatever is, who knows, but it seems present.
I think immediately in Sylvan, Eris is going like, I apologize, I was trying to help.
It doesn't say anything, it simply stares at all of you. And everybody can, hold on, let me, this.
Yes. You can clearly look over here. How tall is Eris?
I don't know, about 5'9", I guess.
Okay, it's like average height. So yeah, you're clearly like a head or more taller than Bram. So he's stepping between you and the tree. Like, I don't know what you did, buddy, but you should have followed.
How are you stepping in front? Like, I was touching the trunk. I'm like maybe like a foot away from it. Are you just inserting yourself between me and the tree?
Yep. Very much. No
You need
person.
to roll checks for that. You can't just do that.
Well, yeah. Okay, we can contest that, but I was, pulling you back away from the tree, stepping in between you and the tree.
Yeah, if that's
If you wanna
happening physically, then
Yeah, if you want to contest it, then that's fine, but I thought that would just be like a cool Yeah.
No, it's not cool. You're physically displacing someone.
All right, so this time we want to do it. So, yeah, so Braum tries to insert himself between you and the tree. If you want to resist, we'll just make it athletics or acrobatics versus athletics or acrobatics. Make it simple. Oof.
Yep.
You still have a pretty high chance of succeeding this, I think.
Well, yeah, both out of character and in character. There was clearly some unexpected resistance against the motion from Ares. So go ahead and roll Ares just in case you get a crit miss as well, and it makes it an interesting situation.
I mean, I don't even want to do like a contest. Check.
Okay.
Like it's like I was holding onto the tree if like Braum steps in between, he'll just circle straight because the tree trunk is circular, so he still has like a handle on it. Because like he knew he messed up, but he wants to fix it rather than being led away. So
It's still a contest if you don't want to be led away, I would say.
Spell again.
No, alright, so the way Bram was looking at it is like you did something, then you did something else, which seemed to fix it. Leafbeard came out, was very upset, Giant Guardian, and he was attempting to displace himself between you and the Guardian. If you put up a resistance, he's not going to just straight up shove you away. Maybe I should have been clear before that. He's not necessarily. He wouldn't just straight up shove and pull. He was just trying to like get between you and that. So if you can test him, I like the fact that I rolled a nat 1 because he's not going to try and force the issue.
I don't think Aros was paying any attention to Braum.
That's fair.
It's like, just holding on to the tree. And do I see any signs of recognition on the creature's face when I speak to it in Sylvan?
It doesn't seem to react. Anyway, can you just repeat what you? I think I got the gist of what you said, but just repeat it for me.
To be honest, I don't even.
I think it was something along the lines of like just
harm
apologizing
it.
or saying you didn't want to harm it. You weren't
Yeah, I was
to
just
harm
trying
it.
to help. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a persuasion. It's not very important. It can only help you. Let me put it that way.
Not with these rolls.
Yeah, it's been it's been rough. I feel like everybody's, or for the most part, everybody's roll in general has been kind of low.
Yeah, like all campaign long.
Yeah, you guys have. Yeah,
We're
I
just
won't
saving
deny
the good
that.
rolls for when they matter.
Could I try to do something? Or is there no time?
So let's just do this first. Everybody rolls a wisdom save against that ability that the ON's used.
Oh, shit.
It's not like attacking you. It's more of, yeah, it's just kind of an innate thing that happens.
One shot.
All right.
I wish I had proficiency in wisdom instead of intelligence. The intelligence proficiency just doesn't fit.
Oof.
Oh, fail.
Like everybody except Leafbeard.
That's hilarious.
What are these rolls?
It's pretty okay. It doesn't have any immediate effect.
Come on, Toss. Come on, Toss.
Visually,
This would be a
Toss
great
hasn't
story
done it yet.
moment for Toss if he succeeds.
A 1, a 5, a 6, and a 5 on 4d20s.
Yikes.
Hey, I got an 8.
I think Lou is developing an avoidance of trees.
You there, Jonathan?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Trying to, yeah.
And now I'm back
Program's
in.
not being cooperative with you.
No, it.
Ooh.
Nice.
Okay.
Yes.
How
Yes.
appropriate,
Perfect.
actually.
Yes.
All right. So yeah, everybody except Sunsingel and Leafbeard failed the checks. So yeah, like I said, there's no immediate effect. There's a bit of immediate effect, but like mechanically, there's no immediate effect. But you guys notice that those of you standing here by these trees, you could swear that the branches have like moved to be more in your way and to like scratch at you almost. You don't see them move, but you could swear that they were more in your way than they were before. And there's these random bugs that were just flying around doing their own thing are now like dive bombing you for no apparent reason. And when you look around at the nature around you, you feel hostility. Your intuition picks up on it. You feel like prey who is not safe in your surroundings. It feels uncomfortable to be here. So anyway, so those are like the immediate RP described effects, but the mechanically there's nothing happens, and effectively you are all of you who failed are currently cursed. Leafbeard, in a bit more of like a a bit more pleading than Ares, is also kind of like asking for this, begging for this thing to forgive whatever forgive the trespass, or go back in peace. And yeah, Taz, you rolled a crit. This thing, you feel its presence, and you can almost feel one of these faces staring directly at you. And roll me an insight with advantage. As you stare at this face, which is made of bark and has not moved or making any particular expression, but something as you stare at it piques your intuition. With advantage, so you can hover over that roll and hit the plus. You got it. Alright, pretty good. So as you're looking at it, you sense... You get the sense of, displeasure, rage, and whatnot that could be expected for why it might appeared. But there's more. You also sense something like fear or struggle or confusion, maybe.
Okay. Is it fear of Ares or just fear in general?
It seems just in general. Yeah.
I'm gonna say I think we should give it the stone back.
The stone's kind of safely back in the tree.
Okay.
What about Ares that revolted?
Okay. I didn't catch that. Sorry. Yeah, I'm just gonna take this all in for a second, because I don't have an immediate response. This is.
So all this happens, and it takes a step forward, which I'm sure makes everybody tense up and kind of prepare as if a fight's about to happen. But as it begins to continue walking,
its body from the bottom down, its legs, and kind of like procedurally up its body. The material it had been made out of just begins to crumble away, become inanimate again, as eventually, once it reaches back up to its head where the faces are, the faces become once again disembodied and floating, and all go to the tree and surround the tree and sink back into the tree, and the bark contorts back to a natural shape, and you cannot tell that there are faces there at all anymore.
Can I do something as it steps in?
Yeah, sure.
As it begins to step in? Instead of doing this as a ritual, I'm casting Detect Magic.
Gotcha.
Just to see if the creature, what kind of magic is it portraying? Is the corruption outside with it, or is the corruption still in the trunk? The observation.
Yeah. So from the creature, you only see emanations of conjuration magic, no abjuration. You look at the tree and where the heartstone of the tree is, and you don't see abjuration there anymore either.
Well, that's not what I expected.
There's no
is just
abjuration
gone.
at all.
Yep, just conjuration now, both from the creature and the tree.
Aris will look over to Brown. And I think, he was like so focused on what was in front of him. I'm not sure if he even paid attention to Brown. He kind of looks back, expecting to see him behind him, but then he sees to the side and says, "Can you do that again, what you did? Try and sense the tree."
Yeah, I can give it a shot. And you asked this before, but I'll mention it now. Actually, Ben, what does the holy symbol look like? Is it just like a 5-pointed star?
Let's see. I'm trying to remember. There wasn't like a specific god, right? It was just kind of a.
No, I don't know if you saw where I messaged you.
I
You have
must-
like a really cool. You have a really cool religion idea, so I wanted to change up my mind and go with that direction a little bit more. I think he's more interested. I'm sorry if I'm being difficult, but I think Bram's more interested in people and the connections between that, and there's not a certain like a uber specific, and it's more about the tenets. But he does worship.
So he's religious socially.
Right. I was just wondering if there was like a specific god of the religion.
Oh.
That, if there was, then I could give you like a specific symbol for that god. But but if it's the religion in general, then that's different. Yeah.
Okay. I think he'll have his favorite. I'll have to read back through it, and I'll tell you then in a moment.
Gotcha.
I'll tell you later, but yeah, for right now, just the religion in general.
Yeah, so the religion is it actually has a 10-pointed star, but it's like one 5-pointed star layered above another, which is offset from each other. So it looks like you get 10 points, but it kind of separates 5 and 5. Yeah. That'd be like the universal symbol of the religion. If you wanted that to be the symbol. But if there was like a specific god that you wanted, then there'd be a more specific relating to that god symbol, obviously. So we can, decide what that is later. But
okay. Yeah. So yeah, he'll grab like a little.
rosary-esque thing from his wrist. Clutch it, free hand, bend, like his free hand will touch the tree. As he mutters a few words, runs his fingers along the bark, takes a few breaths, smelling the air, getting a feel for the nature as he casts Divine Sense again.
Gotcha. You get the same feeling. You get the Fey magic from the tree, but something is still not right with it. Even though Ares notices that the Abjuration magic is no longer there. Ares, roll me... Yeah, roll me a Arcana, I guess, to maybe analyze what's happened and see if I can give you some more information. Assuming that Brahm lets you know all that, obviously.
Does Brahm?
Devin, I assume Brahm conveys that information that I told you to Ares.
Is he there? Devin?
Oh, so sorry.
Oh.
I had the baby woke up. I walked away for just a second to grab her. What was that?
We were just making sure that the information I gave you about with your divine sense that you were conveying that still to Ares.
Oh yeah. Very, like, as quickly as I get that sense and feeling, I'm like, yeah, I don't think whichever you did made things worse or better. It's still there, but it just still feels a little corrupted.
I think as he probably had asked you to do so, there was like a bit of relief on his face, like, you know, like he had expected it worked, and then when you say that, you know, there's like confusion on his face, and he kind of looks back towards tree. And I will roll that Arcana. Okay.
All right.
I'm going to refresh so I get a different seed.
Yeah. Rough. Oh, rough night. Yeah, there's I was only going to point out things that have already happened, and maybe recontextualize it for you, but yeah, without Arcana, I can't really give you much.
Do I have enough of this information? Like, I didn't cast either of these spells, obviously, but am I picking up enough information to make my own theories?
So I don't so far, unless I missed something, I don't think Ares has really shared the details of what he's been seeing.
I saw what
Detect
happened.
Magic. you saw. You can use the context of what you've
and I've
seen.
heard that it
except
feels like
for
Fey magic, but wrong.
Yes. You have all the information except for the details I've been telling Ares about what he's seeing with Detect Magic.
Yeah, and I do have a bit of Arcana background. I'm wondering if I can try and piece it together myself.
Sure, yeah.
Despite my low plus. There we go.
I'm still reloading. Was that a natural 20?
It wasn't. It was a 17 plus 1.
Yeah. I don't know if Ares, like I said, I haven't heard Ares really like.
I think that's the time, like,
Yeah.
like when you share with what, you know, like I don't think I get much from the 9 Arcana, but if people ask to explain what happened, then Ares will start sharing.
Okay. Yeah, so the only thing I was gonna give with that is so abjuration magic is usually tied to very often to wards and protection and that kind of thing. And based on everything that's happened and the fact that there was abjuration magic that was encompassing something and is not there anymore after a significant event like what happened with the tree splitting open and whatnot, you imagine there was some kind of ward or trigger that had likely been set off.
That was
Did
what
you
I
s-
put together, and I was
you
hoping
say
Sid
a
was smart
whale?
enough to also put it together.
What do you say, Leo?
Did you say whale?
A ward.
No, at the start, did you describe it as like a whale of abjuration magic?
I described it as a
Yeah, because a whale is a covering. I heard it as a vein, which meant
a
like
veil.
streak
Yeah,
through
yeah.
it.
Oh.
Yeah, a veil.
I was under misunderstanding all this thing.
All good. We have the
Yeah,
information.
but then it makes sense. Like the abjuration is gone.
Mhm.
Okay. The vein sounds something like it would corrupt like the gem.
Right, yeah, that makes sense. Oh well, small miscommunication. Yeah, so yeah, you paste that together. And you don't have much more time to think or dwell on it before there is a bright flash of light and the very immediate washing sound of booming thunder. And after you guys blink a few times, having seen the crack of light, you realize that it was, despite the pretty much clear skies, a lightning bolt had struck down, and the spot that you guys had noticed earlier. And standing where the lightning bolt had struck is a person.
Oh.
Good tidings, friend.
Happens to be wearing steel-toed boots.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Greetings, potential friend.
So we are at. Yeah, we're kind of at the 4-hour mark.
Oh, really? Already? Man.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that went by quickly.
Even though,
And I think that that would be a. I think if we got into this next bit, it would be a
cliffhanger.
large chunk. Yeah, so we'll just leave with the flashy cliffhanger.
Yeah, cool. Hey Ben, thank you for letting us have moment. Like I know you were ready for us to move on to the next day, but thank you for letting us have those little moments of.
No, that's what it's all about. Good.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't bother me at all. You can do that kind of stuff as much as you want.
Cool.
Yeah, like you guys were good about finding. My only concern with those moments is like letting other people into the role play, obviously.
Mhm.
So but you guys were good about eventually moving on when. And if there's ever stuff like that where a lot of the party or most, if not all the party, are involved, and you guys are just talking things out for a long time, that can go on as long as you want. Then that involves everybody.
Yeah, speaking of which, we kind of skipped over Blue and Dos's watch and didn't give them a chance to interact if they wanted to. So that kind of felt off. So apologies if that's what happened.
It's okay. I will admit that at that point I did want to move things along a little bit, so that's on me.
I'm sure Blue and I can have our moment at some point in the future.
Yep, we'll have plenty more watches.
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be so many.
Hashtag bonding.
I mean, it is possible the rest of you may all die now, so
It's true.
maybe Blue and I won't get our moment, but
It'll be fine.
Like how your baby laughed at the possibility of us all dying.
Yeah, she's just looking at me. It's like, Dad, stop. Stop looking at the computer. Pay attention to me. Play, sing, read.
All right, everybody. I am in desperate need of sleep, so I'm not going to.
Well,
hang
thank
out
you
for too
again.
long.
Thank you again for the awesome session, man.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm loving the story. Like I'm just like, this is really intriguing. I'm not sure what's going on. I have all these theories. We're gonna find out. And now there's Thunder Mage. This is cool.
So okay, so next week I thought I could do either Tuesday or Thursday, but I actually work on Thursday now. So Wednesday and Thursday are off the table. I can do Tuesday. I can also do. Oh no, I'll be busy on. Anyways, Tuesday or Friday are possibilities. Tuesday, I guess, would be the preferred day for me, but I can do Friday as well.
I cannot do Fridays.
Gotcha. All right, so let's just narrow it down.
And I can't do Tuesday.
Okay. So we'll just take
I
an
have
off
a doctor's
week.
appointment, so yeah.
Yeah, let's just take an off week. I don't want anybody to miss the next session.
I hate it, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it's fine. I think it's the first one we've had to skip on account of my work anyways, so that's actually a good track record considering.
Hey, we're adults with lives.
Mm-hmm.
We can. It happens.
All right, yeah. So we'd be looking then at July the 7th, Wednesday in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. I'll look into it later. I might not be able to do that.
Okay. I should be. Let me look ahead of time so I can give an alternate date just in case.
I have some stuff going on. Unfortunately, in July, I will still be here, but not related to the interview today. But I'm teaching a summer camp over July. That summer camp, though, is starts basically an hour and a half after we start. So I'll really only be around for the first hour, unfortunately.
Okay, gotcha. All right, yeah.
Okay, no, it's fine. I have my corona jab on the 6th, not the 7th.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so we'll just go for the 7th, and if one person's missing by then we'll just make do.
Don't you guys hate being adults sometimes and having lives that don't revolve around D&D?
Yeah, just play D&D every day, otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only reason I can't do next week is I have a doctor's appointment.
Yeah. Doctors.
Hope everything is good, Jonathan.
Oh,
I mean, not
will-
any worse than usual, but
All right, folks. I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Yeah,
Peace.
sleep well.
See you.
All right. Oh boy. Oh, I'm so tired. All right. I'm gonna take a few hours of sleep for my next things. I don't stream, but still need to be as loose before. So, without further ado, have a good rest of the day. See you on the next one.